Good evening and welcome, councillors, executive leadership team, community members and council staff to tonight's ordinary council meeting. My name is Councillor Leslie Hewitt and I am the Mayor of the Hepburn Shire Council. We would like to acknowledge that we're meeting on Jara people country, of which their members and elders of the Djadja Wurrung community and their forebears have been custodians for many centuries. On this land, the Jara people have performed age-old ceremonies of celebration, initiation and renewal. We acknowledge their living culture and their unique role in the life of this region. And as we are undertaking this meeting virtually, I will read on behalf of my councillor colleagues the councillor statement of commitment to prevent any audio feedback occurring. We, the councillors of Hepburn Shire, declare that we will undertake on every occasion to carry out our duties in the best interests of the community and that our conduct shall maintain the standards of the Code of Good Governance so that we may faithfully represent and uphold the trust placed in this council by the people of Hepburn Shire. Council continues to be guided by the government directives and wants to do the right thing for the health of our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. In line with these directives, the public are unable to attend this meeting in person. This meeting is being held completely virtually to protect the health and well-being of each other and the community. In the spirit of open, transparent and accountable governance, this ordinary meeting is being live streamed on Council's Facebook page, and you will be able to view the proceedings of the meeting, councillor deliberations and voting. The meeting is also being recorded and will be made available on the council website as soon as practicable after the meeting. Pursuant to the ministerial guidelines, should technology problems be encountered by the council where there is an inability to be able to broadcast this meeting to the public, then the meeting must be adjourned until resolution or postponed. Should the inclement weather be a bother tonight and the broadcasting of this council meeting to live stream be impacted, council will make a decision to adjourn to an agreed date and time to continue the transaction of business as detailed in tonight's agenda. We will conduct the meeting tonight in accordance with the Local Government Act 2020, the COVID-19 Omnibus Emergency Measures Act 2020, the Minister's Good Practice Guidelines, MGPG1 virtual meetings, Council's governance rules, and the Hepburn Shire Councillor Code of Conduct. We acknowledge that to continue to protect the health and well-being of our staff and the community, the determination was made that there was be no public gallery for tonight's meeting. In accordance with Chapter 6, Section 3 of our governance rules, a person, including any representative of the media, must not operate photographic, audio or video recording equipment or any other recording device at any council meeting without first obtaining the consent of the chairperson. And at this point, I note that no one has requested that they would like to record the meeting. Permission does need to be sought if someone wants to take the footage and use it or broadcast it. I would also like to remind everyone that local government decision-making, unlike state and federal government, does not afford the benefit of parliamentary privilege, and hence no protection is afforded to councillors and council officers for comments made during meetings, which are subsequently challenged in a court of law and determined to be slanderous. But as this meeting is being conducted virtually and in accordance with the ministerial guidelines, councillors are required to advise individually whether they, one, can hear the proceedings and hear their other councillor colleagues and can be heard by their councillor colleagues, and two, that they can see their councillor colleagues and be seen by each other. So I will confirm to each councillor whether they can be heard. Councillor Bray, I will start with you. Could you please confirm that you can hear proceedings and see and hear all of your colleagues?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, I can confirm that I can see and hear all my councillor colleagues and proceedings.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Councillor Dryly, can you please confirm that you can hear proceedings and see and hear all of your colleagues?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can hear proceedings and hear and see my council colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Dryly. I can confirm that I can see and hear you. And Councillor Bray, I could also see and hear you. Councillor Simpson, can you please confirm that you can hear proceedings and see and hear all of your colleagues?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can see all my colleagues and hear the proceedings.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. I can confirm that I can see and hear you. Councillor Henderson, can you please confirm that you can hear proceedings and see and hear all of your colleagues?
Madam Mayor, I can see and hear all of my colleagues, and I can see all the proceedings.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and I can confirm that I can see and hear you. Councillor Halliday, can you please confirm that you can hear proceedings and see and hear all of your colleagues?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I can confirm that I can see and hear all of my colleagues and I can hear proceedings.
Thank you, Councillor Halliday. I can confirm that I can see and hear you. Councillor Hood, can you please confirm that you can hear proceedings and see and hear all of your colleagues?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I can confirm that I can see and hear proceedings and all of my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. I can confirm that I can see and hear you and indeed all of my councillor colleagues. Mr. Thomas, do we have any apologies for tonight's meeting?
No apologies, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I'd now like to introduce council officers who are present in this council meeting. Mr. Bradley Thomas, our Chief Executive Officer. Mr. Andrew Burgess, the Acting Director of Corporate and Community Services. Mr. Bruce Lucas, the Director of Infrastructure and Development Services. Mr. Chris White, our ICT Manager. Ms. Kristen Fort, the Manager for Governance and Risk. And Ms. Bronwyn Southey, the Manager of Development and Community Safety. Thank you. Now, item 4, as required at any other meeting of council, councillors must declare a conflict of interest at the start of the meeting and leave the meeting when the item is presented to council. Councillors would be required to leave the meeting and return when that item has been resolved. And at that point, any point through the meeting, if any other councillor recognises that they have an indirect or direct interest, they can flag that at that point and follow the same procedures. Councillors, I now ask if any councillor has a conflict of interest to declare. If there are any conflicts of interest to declare, may I ask councillors to state which provision of the Act their conflict of interest satisfies and the item on the agenda that they have a conflict of interest in. Does any councillor have a conflict of interest?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I believe that there is the potential that I could have a general conflict of interest on agenda item 13.1.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. I also note that I have a material conflict of interest in item 11.2, which is the granting of the Glen Lyon Recreation Reserve licences, specifically in relation to the licence to be granted to the Dalesford Riding for the Disabled Centre. Officers that are present, I now ask whether you have a conflict of interest in any items presented before council tonight. Mr. Bradley Thomas, do you have any conflicts of interest to declare at tonight's ordinary council meeting?
No, Madam Mayor, no conflicts of interest.
Mr. Bruce Lucas, do you have any conflicts of interest to declare at tonight's ordinary council meeting?
Good evening, Madam Mayor and councillors. Confirm that I do not have any conflicts to declare in tonight's proceedings.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess, Andrew Burgess, do you have any conflicts of interest to declare at tonight's ordinary council meeting?
Through you, Madam Mayor, no, I do not have any conflicts of interest on any matters in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Mr. Chris White, do you have any conflicts of interest to declare at tonight's ordinary council meeting?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest to declare on any items in tonight's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. White. Ms. Kristen Fort, do you have any conflicts of interest to declare at tonight's ordinary council meeting?
Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest to declare.
Thank you, Ms. Fort. Ms. Bronwyn Southey, do you have any conflicts of interest to declare at tonight's ordinary council meeting?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I have no conflicts of interest to declare for this evening's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Southey. I have item 5 on the agenda, confirmation of previous meeting minutes. Councillors, I have a recommendation before us to adopt meeting minutes from council's previous council meetings. The recommendation is that minutes of the ordinary meeting of council held on the 15th of June 2021 and the minutes of the special meeting of council held on the 29th of June 2021 as previously circulated to councillors be confirmed. I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder for the motion? Don't have a seconder. Councillor Halliday. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Halliday, do you wish to speak to the motion? Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak against the motion.
All right, can you speak against the motion?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't wish for my comments to be seen to be critical of management, as I believe that they've, excuse me, maintained past practices similar to those used in other councils. However, Madam Mayor, the documents purporting to be the minutes of the past two council meetings are in fact the agenda documents relating to those meetings, with a handful of words added to the end of each agenda item, simply adding the name of the mover, seconder, and whether the motion was carried or lost. The draft minutes therefore do not disclose the nature of discussion, debate, or options considered. Any reader of the minutes, including a community member or a regulatory authority, would gain no insight into what took place at the meetings. In my view, the minutes must always be informative, and especially in these COVID times when community members cannot attend meetings. Council should be transparent and accountable in its decision-making. To achieve that, a proper record of our deliberations ought to be kept on file. The clearest example highlighting the deficiency of these draft minutes is item 5.3 of the 29th of June meeting, where Council adopted the 21-22 budget, one of the most important, if not the most important document that Council adopts each year. For very good reason, councils are obliged to advertise their proposed budget so that the community can assess how Council allocates its financial resources that the community contributes through rate payments and to make their own submissions. This Council complied with that statutory obligation. However, the draft minutes do not disclose that Councillor Dryley's motion to adopt the budget had the intentional effect of diverting a considerable sum, in this case $50,000, from the aged care and disability budget to an unrelated purpose. Such actions should be transparently disclosed to the community and should be on the record. Our meetings must succinctly record the key aspects.
Councillor Hood, can I interrupt and just remind you that you're not to debate the motion again, the minutes again?
I'm not debating it again. My point is...
Just warning.
Sure, thank you, Madam Mayor. My point is that the minutes should transparently disclose to the community and key decisions should be on the record. The minutes must succinctly record the key aspects of debate. If they don't, then Council is not being transparent and accountable. In that regard, Madam Mayor, I suggest that there is significant room for improvement in the drafting of our meeting minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Does any other councillor wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Henderson, as the mover of the motion, you have the right of reply. Do you want to say anything? Okay, then I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand until I call your name. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryley, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. All those against the motion, could you please raise your hand? Councillor Hood. The motion is carried. Item 6 is notices of motion. There are no notices of motion, and I want to inform you there's been no notices of motion that have been submitted to tonight's meeting. Item 7 is items of urgent business. Are there any items of urgent business that councillors wish to raise? No? Good. Now we have at item 8, the presentation of councillors' reports, and the first is my own as the Mayor. At the last council meeting in June, it was a week after the storms and we're in an emergency response period. Since then, I've been involved in several visits with our local parliamentarians, Bushfire Recovery, representatives from Bushfire Recovery, the Emergency Management Commissioner, the ADF, and representatives from Regional Development Victoria, representing the Shire and showing them the damage, along with council officers. I don't have any capacity to use a chainsaw, but it's those activities are an important part of communicating with people what has happened and what is needed in our Shire, explaining our position and helping officers, residents and other councillors obtain funding and we have successfully done that, and I would like to commend our staff for the response that they've made during this period of time. Apart from that, the following month has been the usual business of council has occurred. And with my fellow councillors, we've undertaken the general work of council, which includes adoption of the budget, meeting with community groups, re-waste, meeting with community groups in relation to the Western Victorian Transmission Network project, community groups who are opposing that, and as well as dealing with the usual requests that residents have brought to each of us as councillors. Several councillors also took part in a risk assessment and training, which is an important consideration for us as councillors in our decision making. Of particular note, and on a more positive note, there were two significant events in the Shire last week. The Frontiers War Memorial was opened on the Daylesford Malmesbury Road to recognise the conflicts that occurred with Indigenous people following white settlement. And I was pleased to represent my fellow councillors and those in the Shire in acknowledging the conflicts that occurred here on Dja Dja Wurrung traditional lands. And to note that locating the memorial in the magnificent stand of Manigums is in close proximity to Daylesford's own Avenue of Honour, and it's an ongoing reminder, those of us who live here now and those who come, to reflect on what has happened. Another significant event on that day was that 16 residents, adults and children, became Australian citizens at the Shire's citizenship ceremony. And I think that it's really important that Council started the 12th of July 2021 with the Frontiers War Memorial, recognising what had happened to the Dja Dja Wurrung, who lived on this land for many generations, and ended with the citizenship ceremony for 16 new citizens. An important day that aptly reflects well on the Shire and aptly demonstrates our modern Australian story. I also want to note that it was only last week that Victoria went into its another COVID lockdown. We'd only just had people come back to the Shire in early June, being able to travel back to the Shire in early June. We know that it impacts significantly on our Shire economically, and there's emerging evidence of adverse impacts on the general wellbeing and mental health for some adults and people in our community, and negative impacts on the development of vulnerable children and young people. Dealt with this change to their working conditions again, and I commend them for that. Just in closing, I would like to remind councillors and my fellow citizens, please comply with the COVID restrictions so we can get over this and move on, and take the opportunity to get vaccinated. Thank you. Councillor Drylee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to table my report, make a few brief comments, especially a call out to families out there homeschooling again in the past week and the coming week. It's a difficult time for a lot of people, and a call out to people who are maybe isolated, to make a call to people who are, home by themselves, perhaps your neighbours and friends. Just a telephone call can go a long way. and also a call out to families with people overseas in perhaps less fortunate situations than we are at the moment as well, because of the significant issues in Indonesia and India and other parts of the world that are suffering from this this virus in a much more extreme way than perhaps we are at the moment. So another week in isolation and lockdown, but I think we can be of ourselves as being somewhat fortunate in the way that we're actually handling the situation in Victoria. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dryly. Councillor Halliday, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have a full report, but I did just have a quick comment on a couple of items. I just wanted to firstly say, similar to my previous, the previous two reports, I am so unbelievably proud that the first Memorial Avenue remembering the Frontier Wars and the Aboriginals who lost their lives during the invasion of Australia, Managum Avenue, has been erected in Hepburnshire. It's a small step towards acknowledging the horrors of the past and the pain and the loss that is still felt by our First Nations people. And I'm proud that Hepburn is really making an effort in this area to work towards reconciliation and being a real leader in this space. So it's really exciting to see. I also wanted to mirror what Tim was saying around it being a really hard time with the lockdown. I think sometimes it can be underestimated how much of a impact it has on people in their mental health. So I just wanted to also say I feel for everyone who's going through a hard time, and please reach out and get help if you need it. And that's it from me. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Halliday. Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, it's been a fairly busy time, and I must preface my remarks by apologising for my appearance at the last Ordinary Council meeting. Anyone who looks at the footage probably could see that I perhaps shouldn't have been at that meeting. However, I can report now that I'm fully recovered. One of the, not necessarily in chronological order, I attended a new residents welcome where we welcomed new residents to Creswick, and I attended that along with our CEO, Councillor Dryly, and yourself, Madam Mayor, and that was a very, very well-received event. I also, thinking of, that was held in the Creswick Town Hall, but on the Creswick Town Hall, I was pleased to attend over at the Clunes Town Hall, where some magnificent work has been done to restore the Clunes Town Hall, and also the announcement of $500,000 to go towards restoring and preserving, not restoring, but preserving the Creswick Town Hall. These couple of projects, Madam Mayor, have been years in the making, and it's taken a lot of lobbying and by past councillors and present to get these over the line. I also attended a bike event at Creswick, where on a very, very cold and miserable day, we saw people come from all over the place. I also noticed that there were some people who'd been locked down, who were visitors from Europe attending, and they've been locked down in Australia for quite some time and unable to get back, so luckily they competed at Creswick. I'd just like to draw attention too to the ongoing battle our farmers and our people are having with AusNet and AMO. I mean, we can blame AusNet, but AMO, who's the National Marketing Authority, have been unrelenting in their pursuit to build these abominations, if I might call them that, across our landscape to the great detriment of our farmers. I attended a working group regarding the firewood collection, and it was a very, very positive way, and the people there were looking at how we can do it, not why we can't, but how we can manage to collect this wood safely and how we should deal with it. I also attended the Avenue of Honour for the Aboriginal peoples, and that's been a little while in the making too. But it's also of note, I know the Frontier Wars, but people forget that our Aboriginal people fought in the Boer War, First World War, Second World War, and in many other theatres of war, and many lost their lives in those battles. So it's great to see that the Hepburn Shire has what we believe is the first avenue of honour to mark the wars that Aboriginal people had waged against them in Australia. And lastly, the citizenship ceremony, where it really is good to see so many people from diverse nations come to join our community. And one of the good things is they bring a lot of their culture with them, and naturally we don't ask them to give away their culture, we just ask them to become a really good part of Australia. And I hope that they bring a bit more of some of the good things that their cultures bring to us, and I make them very welcome. So just a snapshot, Madam Mayor, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hood.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I've tabled my report, but I will make a few brief remarks. From a ward perspective, Colaban residents continue to undertake cleanup activities following the June storm. I can report that council initiatives such as the continuation of the Relief Centre and extending the free green waste collection until the end of July have been very helpful and very much appreciated. Also, in past weeks, community contact work performed by the Red Cross has also been most welcome. It is clear, however, that cleanup activities relating to the huge number of fallen trees will take many months. Despite government relief funding and the provision of contracted services, it remains in some cases unclear and problematic that much needed assistance to remove tree debris from private property will be provided in all cases. If unresolved, this will pose a significant concern for the community, in part due to private contractors quoting and charging exorbitant rates for such work, and also for the impending fire risk. From a Shire perspective, two notable milestones in the past months have been the opening of Australia's first Memorial Avenue, commemorating the frontier wars inflicted on Aboriginal people. And I believe that that is an initiative that this council should rightly be proud of. And secondly, the decision to procure a replacement builder for the Rex project. Completion of this project is critically important, especially to address staff accommodation requirements. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Councillor Simpson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Please see my report as tabled.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've also attended the many of the events that other councillors have mentioned, and I support their comments. But given the length of the agenda tonight, I will be tabling my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Do we have a recommendation that Council receives and notes the Mayor's and Councillors' reports? I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover? Councillor Simpson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Henderson. I'll put this motion to the vote. All those in favour of the motion, please raise your hand. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Dryley, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Hood and Councillor Hewitt, myself. And so the motion is carried. And thank you, councillors, for your report that highlight the complexity and variety of work that councillors do on behalf of the community. Item 8.3, Chief Executive Officer's report. Mr. Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Included in the agenda is my CEO's report. Just a couple of highlights that I would like to make. It's very pleasing to listen to the councillors' reports just gone, and you get a sense for how much is being achieved within the organisation over a 4-week period. And I really like to make a shout out to the staff for the fantastic work that is undertaken across our community. Obviously, the storm recovery work through Trentham is providing a lot of work, additional work for staff. It's been really pleasing to receive state government funding to assist in bringing a number of new staff positions on that will really assist in that recovery. And unfortunately, we've obviously had the return to working from home for a number of staff with the COVID impact. So just a shout out to staff, but also for businesses to continue the hard work that's actually done to get through this period. A couple of other pleasing things that have come of light today. Council has been able to release the community satisfaction survey. This is a statewide survey that's undertaken and available on our website, and really pleasing to see some improvements in that community satisfaction survey. And staff and councillors will continue the work that we've been undertaking through our Hepburn Together project, particularly to listen to community and make continued improvements. And that brings me to the last item I'd like to highlight tonight, Madam Mayor, and that is being that next Tuesday we will hold a special council meeting where council will consider the community vision and council plan. This will then be available to the public for comment. So for those community members watching now, but for the rest of the community, for next week to be able to see the culmination of significant amount of work that has been undertaken coming together with councillors considering those items will be a really exciting part in our journey here at Hepburn Shire. As I said, the report is attached to the agenda and the officer's recommendation on page 14 that council receives and notes the Chief Executive Officer's report for July 2021.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Are there any questions, councillors, of Mr. Thomas on his report? No, then I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Moved Councillor Bray, seconded Councillor Henderson. Councillor Bray, do you want to speak to the motion?
Just to echo our CEO's sentiments that there's been a lot of work done, and everybody's been, we're finishing some projects and being able to celebrate those projects, and that's really heartening to see. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Councillor Henderson?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I noticed it was a rather long report from our CEO this month, and that helped to add to the 1,000 odd pages in our agenda, which I hope to do something about in the future. But that's merely a snapshot of the work that our CEO does and some of our other officers do. Just to put it down in a bit of a page doesn't tell us about all the phone calls, all the answers to the community and councillors that goes on, and it's a very, very big task. And I noticed over the weekend, a lot of people answering things when they should have been watching the football, and so it's a job that is more than a job. And I think that we should actually note the amount of work that our CEO is putting in and the content of that work and how important it is. Particularly hard for a new CEO when you've got a new council as well, because everyone wants to know, sometimes isn't always aware of what is going on, and it's not that obvious and has to be explained. So I'd like to thank the CEO for the work he's doing, and hopefully continue along and see if he can cut those 1,000 odd pages down next time. Thank you.
Councillor Henderson. Does anyone else want to speak to the motion? Anyone else want to speak against the motion? Then I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, raise your hand. Councillor Halliday, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Bray, Councillor Dryling and Councillor Henderson. The motion's carried. Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Item 9 is public petition time, and 9.1 petitions. We have no petitions that have been received ahead of tonight's meeting. Item 9.2, questions. We have 9 questions received from the community, so I'll read them out and the responses. The first one is the question from Miss Kay Powell, and the question is as follows. Glenlyon Township Plan of Crown allotments was drawn up in the 1960s. Then Glenlyon, not Daylesford, was to be the major town in the area. The train was going to stop there and town water and sewage were to be provided. None of that happened. Glenlyon is classed as a settlement, not a town. In the 1860s, and I just note that I think that the question should have been 1860s when the Crown allotment plan was drawn up. In the 1860s, there were 19 Crown allotments in the current hamlet development. Council has approved subdivision, so there are now 26. Several of these are under 4,000 square metres. Anything under 4,000 square metres is considered high risk in that 2014 wastewater management plan that was adopted by council. It used to be impossible to get approved to subdivide blocks into half acres in Glen Lyon. Now smaller subdivisions are approved in close proximity to each other, creating a larger high-risk area. Why is council not following its own policy as stated in the 2014 wastewater management plan? Thank you, Ms. Powell, for your question. Council's response. Council's Domestic Wastewater Management Plan 2014 DWMP primarily focuses on properties developed with existing dwellings and is not prescriptive in relation to proposed subdivisions or future development. Applications for subdivision must go through the planning permit process, throughout which the onus is on the applicant to demonstrate that effluent can be sustainably managed upon the site in accordance with the applicable requirements of the Hepburn Planning Scheme, EPA codes, and in the instance of subdivisions in Glen Lyon, the requirements of the Rural Water Authority, Goulburn Murray Water. We also note that the Domestic Wastewater Management Plan is currently being reviewed and opportunities for community input will be provided. Our next question is also from Ms. Kay Powell. If we average, and the question is, if we average homes in the 26 hamlet blocks being built by retirees and families, and say 3 people will live on each block, we have 78 people there. At the last census, Glen Lyon had 360 residents. An extra 78 in one concentrated area means Glen Lyon's population will increase by 21.6%. Are there any other settlements or towns in our shire where population in a concentrated area has increased at that level? Please only include settlements or towns with no town water or sewerage. And council's response is as follows. In preparation of the new domestic wastewater management plan, council is currently collating data that will touch on increases in dwelling density in unsewered settlements and towns. However, this data is not yet available. The issue of unsewered settlement, residential settlement patterns, township growth and anticipated occupation increases will be assessed during our upcoming structure planning process for Glen Lyon. We intend to commence the preparation of this work in 2022 and are very much looking forward to engaging with the community to help prepare this plan. By way of background, the anticipated growth in most regional Victorian towns is 1.5 to 2% per year. Long-term growth in Glen Lyon over the last 20 years matches the yearly regional growth rate. Any recent spikes in development rates will be assessed and addressed by the structure plan. Again, thank you, Ms. Powell, for taking the time to submit your question to us. Question 3 is from Ms. Elizabeth Swan. Can council please list the positive points regarding a growing settlement or town working to a plan developed in the 1860s? And the council response is, there's no intention for the future planning of Glen Lyon to work to a plan developed in the 1860s. It must, however, work from all plans developed in and since that time. The certificates of title created at the foundation of the town that still exist today maintain legislative rights for the title holders. The appropriate use of these lots has been considered through decades of previous land use and development controls established through the urban planning legislative framework. This includes the current Hepburn Planning Scheme, which features a number of policies, zones and overlays that must be considered in assessing any required permits for land use or development. The planning scheme has changed numerous times since it was adopted, and a scheme was in place for Glen Lyon Shire before then. These schemes have been amended and changed to reflect state government requirements and local government strategic planning over the decades. Council must work from the current planning schemes and all of its requirements. Council has also made a commitment towards further strategic planning, including the preparation of the Glen Lyon structure plan, which we plan to begin in 2022. The structure plan will assess all current planning provisions and legislative requirements and then work with the community on developing an up-to-date medium-term plan for about 10 plus years for the town. We are very keen to engage with yourself and all members of the Glen Lyon community to help prepare a structure plan that secures a balanced and prosperous future. Thank you, Ms. Swan. Question 4 is from Mr. Claude Farrell. Will Council hold the Daylesford Field and Game Club account for the toxic contamination of the Glen Lyon Recreation Reserve, as hinted by former Mayor Councillor Kokosinski, who said last year that this would be considered when costs of remediation were known? And the response is, the level of remediation, if any, to be undertaken at Glen Lyon Recreation Reserve has not yet been determined. Council has received legal advice around this issue, and it's fair to say that obtaining financial recovery from Daylesford Field and Game Club or any user group under the former licences will be difficult. Going forward, if the Daylesford Field and Game Club are permitted to resume shooting activities, they will be required to comply with an EPA Improved Environmental Management Plan, EMP, before shooting activities resumes on the site. The EMP is to be prepared at the expense of the club. EPA have indicated that the site will be monitored by EPA officers if shooting resumes, and Council will also be responsible for undertaking monitoring and compliance inspections. In addition to several standard licence conditions, the proposed licence between Hepburn Shire Council and Daylesford Field and Game Club is conditional on compliance with the EMP, and Council officers will perform spot checks. As you may be aware, the proposed licence is the subject to a Council decision tonight. Question 5. The same question was received from Mr. Claude Farrell and Mr. Robert Whaley, and therefore will be read out and answered once. And again, I'd like to thank Mr. Farrell and Mr. Whaley for submitting their question. If clay target shooting is permitted to resume in due course, will Council consider requiring the Daylesford Field and Game Club to post a substantial financial bond to be forfeited if it fails satisfactorily to clean up after each shooting events? Council's response. The proposed licence between Hepburn Shire Council and Daylesford Field and Game Club has a requirement for Daylesford Field and Game Club to comply with an EPA approved Environment Management Plan, EMP, before shooting activity resumes on the site. The proposed licence is subject to a Council decision tonight. In addition to the requirements of an EMP, the proposed licence between Hepburn Shire Council and Daylesford Field and Game Club had several requirements relating to the management of the site. This would mean the club would be required under the terms of the licence and under any further requirements of the Environmental Management Plan to clean up any litter following events, only use steel shot and only use targets free of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAH. Based on the reduced level of risk, Council considers the MP and the conditions of the licence present an acceptable level of risk mitigation. Thank you to Mr. Farrell and Mr. Whaley for their question. Question 6 comes from Mr. Robert Whaley and I'll read the question. The EPA notices and subsequent site testing and investigations have shown how mismanagement of the reserve has put at risk the reserve environment and community health. Does the Council agree that the current management of the reserve must be changed and improved to ensure that a reoccurrence of contamination of the reserve does not reoccur? And the response. Council does acknowledge that there's an opportunity to further improve the monitoring of activities at the reserve. The proposed licence between Hepburn Shire Council and Daylesford Field and Game Club has several requirements specifically relating to the management of the site. This would mean the club would be required under the terms of the licence and under any further requirements of the Environmental Management Plan to clean up any litter following events, use only steel shot and use only targets free of polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons, PAH. An increased level of compliance monitoring will also be required. Question 7 is from Mr. David Moore. Does Hepburn Shire Council agree to get a small group of like-minded people together to meet with the current Rex Hub design team to see if they can advance revised ideas and bring about a better outcome? Council's response. Council has confirmed the project scope, and is proceeding with a new procurement process following the termination of the previous contract builder and based on the current design. As part of Council's deliberations, Council is also determined to establish a project reference group to work with Council in the delivery of the project. The terms of reference for this group are yet to be developed, and once drafted will be presented to Council for endorsement ahead of inviting expressions of interest from community members for its membership. The current design responds to Council's endorsed brief. The proposal to replace the existing open car park with 2 levels of covered car parking is not supported by any council strategy or policy, would incur significant additional expenditure and require the deferment of many important community projects that council has already budgeted for. Thank you, Mr. Moore, for your question about the Rex. Question 8 is also from Mr. David Moore and also about the Hepburn Hub at the Rex design. Question is, does Hepburn Shire Council agree with the Rex Theatre redevelopment, agree that the Rex Theatre redevelopment should have a long-term plan of emulating the Yarraville Sun Theatre precinct as a superb example of what could be? Returning the Rex to a model more in keeping with the 1929 original conception via a thorough borough charter process. And Council's response is, Council's vision is to return the Rex Theatre to the community as a public facility. In repurposing the Rex for this purpose, a number of contemporary uses have been included to maximise its use. These uses include a public auditorium, a library, public amenities, a digital co-working hub, and council offices and customer service. This is the best to make the best use of these impressive spaces and ensure the building is preserved for the future. All the heritage features are being retained and the works completed in a way that preserves its heritage while bringing it up to current standards. That's the end of public questions. And again, I would just like to thank all of those people who took the time to write their questions and send them into council. It's an example of an active and engaged community, which my fellow colleagues appreciate. Question 9.3, request to address council. And we have Ms. Kay Powell requested to address council regarding the Glenline Reserve and the possibility of shooting resuming there. Mr. White, can you get...
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll admit Kay Powell to the meeting.
Thank you. Is there a bit of...
Kay, could you stop the live stream in the background? Thanks. It'll just cause a bit of lag.
Kay, are you able to stop your live streaming in the background? Because that's what the delay is about.
Got it. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you and welcome to come and address the council on the question of the Glenline Reserve and the possibility of shooting resuming there. Can I just remind you, Ms. Powell, that you have 3 minutes?
Yes. Can you hear me?
We can hear you and we can see you as well.
Oh, good. Okay. Look, over several years of speaking to council and writing about shooting at the Glenline Reserve, I always state that the gun club is a legitimate club pursuing a legitimate sport. That is not in question. The question is whether this sport should continue at the Glenline Reserve. Our large group of Glenline residents have no issue with any other user group at the reserve. Bogus claims have been circulated to denigrate us because the pollution issue is impossible to refute. This issue needs proper considered debate, not a rushed decision that we were only aware of because one of us read through to page 700 plus of the agenda. And this certainly doesn't follow your own community engagement policy matrix. You would have been told that 2 companies were employed by council to do soil tests. One tested surface soil, the other from plugs of soil 1 metre to 11 metres in depth. One surface soil test delivered a lead result 7 times above the legal limit. Good to know that a metre or more down the results were okay, but where do you walk if you come to the reserve? Ours is the only shooting range on a multiple use public area in a township zone close to housing in the whole of Victoria. Why? Because of acknowledgement by all other councils where ranges were in township zones that it is no longer appropriate. Clunes Range is 1.5 kilometres north of Clunes. Shooting ranges are single-use venues out of township zones for good reason. You've seen photos, thousands of broken bits of target and plastic wads. They're impossible to pick up unless machinery on a flat shooting range can be used. That was the recommendation after Sebastopol range was closed. It's an impossible task to clear the reserve slopes. Add to that EPA noise regulations and distance setbacks, and look, this range really can't be compliant. I asked a club member why shooters couldn't use cardboard wads, steel shot and non-toxic targets. He said they could probably get most of their club members to comply, but shooters come from all over Victoria. Many wouldn't comply. Different materials react differently, so to change would mean changing how they shoot. It is a competition after all. If you think changing materials is the simplistic solution, who will be checking on compliance? Not the Reserve Committee, who was alerted to this a decade ago, or council officers, evidently the odd EPA visit. But I can assure you local residents will be checking and we'd be back here again. Now, there's been so little compliance, in fact, blatant disregard for the current conditions, a huge bill because the Reserve Committee and Club were so sure of themselves that they didn't put any effort into making changes. The ratepayers bill is $83,000 so far, $262,000 allocated in this budget for developing a cleanup plan. The Wangaratta Club cleanup, went up to $3 million. A big bill, the club responsible getting a free pass and a reward if this licence is granted. Little hope of compliance or policing if non-toxic materials are to be mandated, and no time here for EPA noise regulations. Now, look, this item should be deferred.
20 seconds. Finished?
If you insist on voting tonight, look, what about moving it to somewhere in your ward? It's allowed to be in a township zone. You reckon compliance is fine. So, it's going to be, it'll be another 6 months before they get back to Glen Lyon. Put your hand up for your ward.
Thank you, Ms. Powell. And thank you for addressing us on this matter, which, as you've indicated, will be coming to council later tonight. Okay. We're moving to item 10.1. Item 10, statutory planning. Item 10.1, planning application 3008, 2-lot subdivision and associated works, including native vegetation removal, CA4, section 23, 764 Daylesford Malmesbury Road, Glen Lyon. I'd like to introduce Ms. Bronwyn Southey, the Manager of Development and Community Safety, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good evening, councillors and the community that are watching. Item 10.1, this application is for council to consider and determine planning application PA 3008 for the 2-lot subdivision of land at 764 allotment 4 Daylesford Malmesbury Road, Glen Lyon. It is proposed to subdivide the existing single lot into 2 lots, with both lots fronting Spring Street to the east. Road creation works, which include native vegetation removal, will be required for both lots to have adequate mandatory vehicle access. Both of the proposed lots will be vacant. This item is being presented to council for determination as we received 12 objections to the proposal. The officer's recommendation is to approve, subject to a number of conditions as included in the officer's recommendation of the report. This site and its 2 adjoining lots are being considered for subdivision approval by council this evening, however, will be raised separately as items 10.1, 10.2 and 10.3. Thank you, councillors.
Thank you, Ms. Southey. Are there any questions of Ms. Southey at this stage before we hear from those who've requested to speak? Councillor Henderson and then Councillor Bray. Councillor Henderson.
Through you, Madam Mayor, to Ms. Southey. Ms. Southey, will these blocks be subject to 2 planning permits, in fact, if a building's required on them? Because as I understand it correctly, is that we are tonight just deciding on a plan of subdivision. Once they're subdivided, if there's going to be a building built on them, a dwelling, they would then have to get another planning permit, would deal with the issue of water, of potable water, and would deal with that as well under the building code. So you'd have the 2 things: the building code, which requires tank water to get the standard star rating, and is it in a bushfire area? If it's in any bushfire area, it require an additional 10,000 litres with a metal or concrete tank in addition. So am I right in saying that even if we grant this subdivision, we can still get, because I notice a lot of the objectors are talking about water, can we still get at that planning stage, when the building's going to be done for planning and the building envelope, can we deal with that matter then?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that is correct, Councillor Henderson. There will be the planning permit process, which we're considering now, which is for the subdivision. Then should a dwelling be proposed, they would then be required to go through a separate planning permit process for that, and a building permit as well, and also septic permit.
Thank you.
Councillor Bray.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor. My question similarly relates to water. I note in the report that there are some conditions that the officers have placed on this application. One is around any future sewage being available at the site, that the lots must connect to that if that happens in the future. That's just one example of a condition that's been placed. Regarding the need for water on this site, we know there's no reticulated water on this site. We know that there is the potential to sink a bore, but possibly a better option would be to ensure that all new developments have a suitably sized water tank. In the report, it actually states several times that water tanks will be required for potable water supply. So 2 questions. Why is that not included in the officer's recommendations? And is there some way we as a council can put a measure in place to ensure that water tanks are included in all future developments on these lots?
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Through you, Madam Mayor. I guess the first question in relation to the subdivision, why we haven't recommended a condition, was because, as we've just discussed with Councillor Henderson, that there are separate permitting processes, and that is when officers consider it's more appropriate to apply a tank condition. In relation to should you wish to undertake that through this process at the subdivision stage, the option would be going through an alternative motion for a section 173 condition, and that would basically be applied, requiring that an agreement be entered into between the developer, applicant and council, requiring that they construct or implement a water tank of X value size prior to a dwelling being occupied or constructed on site.
Are there any further questions of Ms. Southey at this point? Councillor Dryling.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question relates to water as well. I note in the Goulburn Murray Water report that it says that Glen Lyon is density of unsewered development in Glen Lyon is high, and further subdivision of land creating additional unsewered lots poses a high risk to ground and surface water quality. And I'm just wondering if Ms. Southey could explain to us how this planning permit addresses that issue of some of the objections are brought up around water contamination the use of bores and grey water or wastewater that is let out in the way that the water is handled in this permit.
Thank you, Councillor Dryly. There's a number of considerations in that in relation to how water is managed on site and how this permit addresses it. As councillors may be aware, and this is a discussion we've had with a number of concerned residents in Glen Lyon, there's a multiple disciplinary system in place that manages water. That includes a number of water authorities, separate bore licensing process, and that's separate to our council process. From a localised process, when we get a planning permit application, we have required referral and determining authorities. And as part of this process, this is where we referred through to them and they granted their conditional consent. As the experts in that space, we rely on that information and we impose any recommended conditions onto whether we have delegated authority or whether council makes a determination, we put that recommendation forward. In addition, one of the conditions that's required is a Section 173 agreement, which, sorry, I should include, there's a land capability assessment undertaken. The Water Authority assesses that and determines whether the site is suitable for wastewater management. If they determine it is, in this case they have, they recommend a Section 173 condition be imposed, requiring the ongoing maintenance of that system. In addition to that, the applicant is also required at the building stage to apply for a septic permit in addition to their planning and building permit to ensure that the system that goes in is adequate for what they're proposing. And in addition to that, we have a current domestic wastewater management plan, and we're also reviewing that at the moment to improve how we manage our systems. We also are undertaking future structure planning as identified in the public question time, which will review integrated water management across Glen Lyon holistically. So there's a number of things that council is undertaking within its power to be able to effectively manage it. These applications are assessed in accordance with the scheme and in accordance with our referral authorities who have advised it's appropriate.
Councillor Dryly, is that fine, or one other question?
Yeah, I've got one. Thank you, Ms. Southey. One more question. It relates to our structure plans and this particular set of permits, and why. What are the risks in this situation for us now that we have this planning application before us, but yet we are still to conduct our structure plans that we are planning to do in the next little while. Why don't we wait for that?
There's a couple of comments in response to that, Councillor Dryly. The first is that this makes part of a number of subdivisions that have been approved within the area, and they have been assessed in accordance with the scheme, and there is a consistent approach that's been applied there. The second part to that is, sorry, I've just lost my train of thought. So why is this, sorry, can you just repeat your question?
Why are we
risk.
What, yeah, the risks. Yeah. What are the risks to us, and why are we pursuing this application now that we don't have our structure plans in place?
Yeah. So whilst the community has raised, and there has been a number of comments raised in relation to the risk and concerns around water quality and safety and so on, that risk hasn't been quantified as yet. So at the moment, in the current provisions and policies that we have in place, these lots have been determined as suitable for further subdivision. What we've done is, by identifying this structure planning process, we've actually taken those comments on board from the community and have gone, yes, we understand you have some concerns, and we're going to undertake this work to really determine what the issues are and plan appropriately for the future. So going back to these three lots, there isn't a risk from a council perspective in relation to whether they're appropriate or not, because they have been identified as so through the relevant water authorities, through the planning scheme, and it's now just a process really on as it goes.
Councillor Hood and then Councillor Bray.
Ms Southey, the report indicates that future roadworks will necessitate the removal of native vegetation, including 3 large manor gums. My question is, were alternates considered in the road alignment that would have avoided the removal of those trees?
Yes, Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor. Officers, actually, these applications, for those that aren't aware, they actually came through as 6 separate applications to start with, and 3 were determined earlier this year. And then the following 3 are now being considered by council. In the in-between of that and the concerns that were raised by the community, officers undertook additional discussions with the developer, with our engineering department, to get the best road alignment outcome with the most minimal vegetation removal. And it was determined, unfortunately, that a couple of trees were required to be removed, but it's a lesser outcome than was originally proposed.
Councillor Hood, is that? Yep.
Thank you. Yep.
Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms Southey. I had a question about the trees and a question about the septic, so I might just follow with the trees. I note that in the objectors' submissions that there was a proposal suggesting to save 7 mature manor gums with an option to create 2 no-through roads with turning circles rather than 1 continuous road. And had council officers considered this proposal, and does that have any impact on emergency vehicle access?
Absolutely, councillor, through you, Madam Mayor. We did absolutely consider this, and the officer at the time actually referred through to our engineering department. One of the challenges was with the court bowl is it actually had to be quite expansive in size due to allow for vehicles such as emergency vehicles and the waste trucks and so on to be able to turn around. And what that required was actually quite extensive vegetation, road verge issues removal. And as a result, they recommended that that not be appropriate. Therefore, the consideration was basically determined as inappropriate.
Thank you.
Councillor Bray, your other question?
Thank you. So the other question related to the septic issue. I note in the recommendations put before us that these 2-acre lots being subdivided down into 2 1-acre lots. It's recommended that no further subdivision is allowed for these lots unless at some future stage reticulated sewage becomes available. So firstly, is that your understanding? Am I reading that correctly? And secondly, what assurances, you've listed all the things around maintaining and managing the sewage systems, but who in fact is actually having to check that, and does council have the resources to regularly check that these systems are being maintained correctly?
Councillor, through you, Madam Mayor, yes, your interpretation of that is correct. So basically any further intensification is deemed as inappropriate, as in creating smaller 1/4 acre lots, whatever it may be, unless it was actually reticulated. And that's something that the relevant water authorities and so on with the developer, if they wanted to go through that process, would have to discuss, and it would have to be consistent with council's planning. At the moment, those lot sizes would be inconsistent with what's been approved and what is allowed for within the township zone. So there would be a lot of work required, and that probably touches on where our structural planning is going a little bit. In relation to the ongoing maintenance and so on of these systems, one of the things that has been assured to council is that the new systems are much more functional and effective than the older systems in place. But the actual maintenance requirement is our domestic wastewater management plan. We do have a current plan, which is under review, and that is where council enters into an agreement with the relevant water authorities around what regulatory activities we need to undertake for inspections. We are under-resourced, councillor, and but that's where the really important thing to have an effective domestic wastewater management plan, DWMP as we refer it to, is about having an appropriate agreement with the water authorities that sets reasonable expectations, and where they can't, they need to undertake water samplings and so on as well. So it's really important that we get a really good strengthened DWMP so we can have a really effective, confident plan going forward.
Thanks, Councillor Bray. Is that you have any more questions? Does anyone have any further questions? Because if not, we have several people who wish to. Oh, Councillor Henderson, we have several people in the waiting room who want to address Council on this matter. Councillor Henderson, you have a question? You're muted.
There's people in the waiting room. I'm happy to wait.
All right, thank you. Mr. White, can we have Mr. James Isles from iPlanning Services to speak to us, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll admit James into the meeting.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Isles, and thank you for coming to address Council tonight. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, Madam Mayor. Can you hear me?
We can, and so I'll just remind you that you have 3 minutes to address Council.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Thank you, councillors, for the opportunity to speak tonight. As you're well aware, there's 2 further applications that will be heard for subdivision at 764 Dalesford Malmesbury Road. Basically, I would like to just indicate that we've had extensive discussions with Council's engineering department about the best road design and access for Spring Street. And obviously that is explained previously by Ms. Southby. She's indicated that the best access is through from Collins Street to Gooch's Lane, which allows only 9 trees to be removed. Whereas if we were to do a situation of 2 no-through roads, there would be greater extents of vegetation being removed. So I would like to thank the engineering department for having those discussions with us and obviously looking at an appropriate design that will benefit all of those lots that are fronting Spring Street, but also for the community of Glen Lyon. Also, I would like to indicate that the developer has gone out of their way to plant numerous trees along the frontage of Spring Street, but also Collins Street, Gooch's Lane, and as well as the Dalesford Malmesbury Road. So there are mature, semi-mature trees that have been planted. So that will obviously provide some further canopy and greening of Glen Lyon. So I would think the developers are very, very appropriately to put that landscaping in so that, you know, that'll obviously help with the greening of Glen Lyon. So just quickly, I would like to say that the officer's report is comprehensive. The conditions that are proposed on the planning permit are comprehensive. There are Section 173 agreements in place for the septic systems. We necessarily got the appropriate land capability assessments done to make sure that we were capable of having wastewater treated on site. And as you can see, Goulburn Murray Water have agreed, as well as Council's Environmental Health Department. So, and look, we understand the concerns that have been raised by the objectors, but I would just like to respond to those, if I may, that, the land is appropriately zoned for residential development. The lot sizes themselves are similar in size to other existing lots on that land, but also within Glen Lyon.
20 seconds, Mr. Isles.
Thank you. Power is provided to each lot, and the trees that are to be lost as part of the road construction, obviously the developer will have to pay for offsets, and that's detailed in the conditions on the planning permit. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Isles, and thank you for explaining the developer's position. Mr. White, if Mr. Isles leaves the meeting, and can we have Mr. Sean Lenigan, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just admitting Sean into the meeting. Hello, Sean, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yeah, we can hear you, Mr. Lenigan, but we can't see you. I'd now like to invite you to speak in support of the application and remind you that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm obviously.
Do you have a video that you can put on so we can see you?
I can attempt to do that.
There we are. That's fine. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm on my mobile.
No,
May have been to your benefit that you couldn't see me.
no, that's fine. We can see you now. And I invite you to speak in support of the application.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. In effect, I'll just reiterate the apps themselves obviously meet the objectives of the township planning zone and the Hepburn planning scheme. The resultant lots from the subdivisions are each in excess of an acre each and are consistent with the subdivision pattern of the township of Glen Lyon. Council's strategic planning and engineering teams have worked collaboratively with us to achieve an outcome for Spring Street that has maximised the retention of the existing native vegetation in the road reserve. So we'd like to thank them for that and recognise that. And I note that the referral authorities and Council's planning officer are supportive and council laws. Thank you.
Thank you. That's the end of your presentation. Thank you. Appreciate you taking the time to do that. We have now got 2 objectors who wish their comments to be, councillors, they want their comments to be considered against this application and also the 2 following applications, planning applications. That's PA 3009 and PA 3010. Mr. White, can you ask Miss Margaret Lockwood to come into the meeting, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll admit Margaret Lockwood now.
Thank you and welcome, Miss Lockwood. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Good, and we can see and hear you. So I'd now like to invite you to speak in objection to the application and the 2 subsequent applications that Council are going to consider tonight. I understand you're going to do the 3 together. Is that correct? That's P.
Can you hear me?
Yes, that's P 3008, PA 3009 and PA 3010. And just reminding you that you've got 3 minutes. Are you muted, Miss Lockwood? You're muted. Thank you.
Madam Mayor and councillors, as you know, Glen Lyon is unsewered and has no reticulated water. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay. 61 residents recently met at Glen Lyon Hall to recommend that further development should not occur until we have adequate water supply and sewerage. In February this year, Central Highlands Water stated in writing that there are no plans to change the status quo. In assessing these planning applications, Goulburn Murray Water said density of unsewered development in Glen Lyon is high and further divisions of land creating additional unsewered lots poses high risk to ground and surface water. Now, this is not about individual capability assessments for each block, but it's about the big picture for Glen Lyon. The council officer's recommendation to approve the subdivision ignores the water authorities, the recommendations of Glenlyon residents, and more importantly, the general environmental duty of the Environmental Protection Act 2017, which came into force on the 1st of July this year. The general environmental duty means if you are aware of risk to the environment or public health, you must act reasonably. The council is now aware of the risk. Both Central Highlands Water and Goulburn Murray Water were on the steering committee that developed...
Excuse me, Miss Lockwood, is it possible that you can turn off your live streaming because we're getting background noise? And with my fellow councillors' approval, if you were going to speak separately to each of the 3 planning applications, you would have a total of 9 minutes. So I'm prepared to allow you more than just the 3 for this one. So.
Sorry, no, I only wish to speak to one of these, or to all of the 3 at once.
Yes, so but you can have extra time because if you did speak separately, you would have had 9 minutes.
No, I don't want 9 minutes.
I know, but you can have more than 3, is what I'm deciding. So go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. All right. Yeah. The point I wanted to make was that the council is contravening its own domestic wastewater management plan that both Central Highlands Water and Goulburn Murray Water were on the steering committee to develop. Glenlyon's wastewater disposal processes are already at high risk to the environment, to public health, to the clean, green, tourist-driven economy of the Shire, and also failing to comply with the Environment Protection Act. The high risk derives not from the fact that land capability assessments have been developed, but from the fact that we need to look at the big picture and the overall density, housing density of this development. Back in 2014, when the wastewater management plan was developed, Glenlyon had 105 properties in the high risk category. Since then, and because the council has kept on approving infill development and subdivision, they've been increasing the risk to public health and the environment. The proposed 3 subdivisions create 6 blocks that are marginally over an acre, so they're technically acceptable. But when you look at the big picture, there is a huge threat to the environment, to groundwater and surface water. Since early 2020, that's only last year, when we had 121 buildings with on-site wastewater treatment systems, the council has approved or will have approved 35 more residential development blocks. This means a 30% increase. And it also means that in very short time, Glenlyon's going to have 156 individual sewerage farms in this area. And the council's monitoring responsibilities in the wastewater management plan have not been carried out very effectively at all over the last 7 years. And I can point to at least 2 failing septic systems in Glenlyon, one of which overflows directly into the Barclay Street gutter, and it runs straight down to the Loddon River. I think your decision, or the decision you must make, is pretty clear. You should be listening to the residents, you should be listening to the water authorities, and you should be looking at your own wastewater management plan, considering your legal obligations under the new Environment Protection Act 2017, which says that you have a general environmental duty to mitigate any risk to the environment and to public health. You know there are risks to the environment because Goulburn Murray Water has stated them. I urge you not to approve this further high-risk subdivision. The 2022 plan is going to come too late. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lockwood, and thank you for talking to us and explaining your point of view. Mr. White, can we have Miss Christina Croft to speak in objection to the application, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Admitting Ms. Croft into the room now.
Mr. White, can we have Miss Christina Croft to speak? Hello, Miss Croft, can you hear me?
Yes.
And can I just ask you to make sure that you've turned your live streaming off? Because
Yes, that's what I'm trying to do.
Good. I'll just wait for a minute for you to do that.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, that's done now. Yes, thank you.
And can I, you generally have 3 minutes to address council, but because you're speaking in relation to the 3 planning matters combined, I will allow you the total of 9 minutes. You may not need it, but you've got it anyway.
Oh, thank you very
okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. Yes, I heard you saying that to Mrs. Lockwood, and looking at my notes and thinking, oh, how can I add to them? So thank you for that. I'd just like to introduce myself. My name's Christina Croft. I reside in Glen Lyon, and I've lodged an objection to these applications. I'd like to address you just over the 3 lots, as they're contiguous lots on Spring Street. And the applications are to divide each of those Crown allotments into 2, creating 6 new blocks from 3 blocks. Should this application be granted, it will result in this acreage on the outskirts of the village of Glen Lyon containing 26 houses. There are approximately, and Ms. Lockwood's already referred to this, 121 established houses, and now we're going to be increasing those houses by a substantial number. So we're looking at, over a period of only a few years, of increasing houses and subsequent waste treatment plants by 30%. And again, I remind you, we have neither reticulated water nor sewerage. There's no public transport here. The supply of electricity can be erratic at times. And as Ms. Lockwood said, the Central Highlands Water Authority has advised us that they have no plans to bring water and sewerage to Glen Lyon at any time in the foreseeable future. The Goulburn Murray Water Catchment Authority has also raised the issue of risk, as Ms. Lockwood has explained to you very clearly and very well. So the lack of reticulated sewerage has got to constrain the development of Glen Lyon. There are other parts of the Shire that has water and sewerage, and the development should be there. But of course, I think the problem that afflicts Glen Lyon is its proximity to Melbourne. So of all the areas around the Shire, I would say that we're just a little bit too close to Melbourne for comfort. Ms. Lockwood also referred to the meeting a few months ago held in Glen Lyon, which was a town meeting. It was open to anybody who would like to come. 61 local residents attended, and there was overwhelming support for pausing development in Glen Lyon until there's reticulated water and sewerage. Of course, that's probably not within our lifetimes, I'd imagine. But I'm concerned with the current speed of development. An increase of 35 houses on top of 121 is nearly 30%, as I've already said. This will undoubtedly change the character of Glen Lyon. This is the visual as you come into our iconic village with its row of beautiful oaks and elms. Without a planned and managed approach to urban development in this Shire, there is a potential for loss of townscape, heritage and landscape character. I'm aware that the pace of development is a problem in many areas of Victoria, and as a consequence, councils are having to be nimble and develop structure plans. Glen Lyon cannot wait for 5 years or more for a structure plan to be developed. I Googled structure plans later today when I was preparing this, and a number of shires around us are developing them. But in our discussions, in particular with Ms. Southey, we've been advised that there isn't funding to prepare these structure plans. And however, I think it's a positive thing that you've taken on Glenn Mustoe, I think is the name of the gentleman. I've yet to meet him. And his task will be to look at this. But if we don't have these planned developments and look at the overall Shire and what can be developed and what shouldn't be in the short term, it's a very dangerous way to proceed. I recall just before we went into lockdown last year that, and I'm sorry, I'm winging it here now that you've given me the extra few minutes, but I can't remember the name of the lady, but I think she's left. But I was to be involved in some groups looking at some development issues. And in a conversation with her, she said that Clunes had been identified as a future development area. Of course, it's in the wrong part of the Shire for people from Melbourne, but we shouldn't allow that to affect the decision making. I'm disappointed in the proposed plans for the extension of Spring Street. A number of beautiful old trees will have to be brought down to build a bitumen road, which is so out of keeping with the rest of Glen Lyon's gravel roads. Some trees could be saved if the road did not extend through to Gooch's Lane and if only 3 blocks needed to be accessed and not 6. As an objector, I was invited to comment on the plans, but I was never given an opportunity to discuss them with council officers or the developers. My objections fell on deaf ears. I've been down to Spring Street. I've had a good look at it. I've looked at the trees which have been identified to be cut down, but you could save a little copse of trees if you didn't take the road right through to Gooch's Lane and just made it a dead end. I just fail to see the necessity for these magnificent engineering developments in a township which has got all gravel roads except for the recently completed at great cost bit of bitumen which runs partially along Molesworth Street and into street behind, which I've just suddenly forgotten the name of. But I think it's to have an enormous build of a bitumen road, which is going to bring a lot of gravel in, a lot of grading. It's just going to destroy that lovely bit of land. And if I were going to buy one of those blocks, I'd like to see those trees as I'm living in the country. We have to be careful that we're not just creating a rural suburbia. So council's income from the rates will increase with these blocks now being allocated as residential as opposed to rural. And with that increase will come the need for increased supervision of waste treatment plants. Ms Lockwood's already referred to the septic water that's flowing out into Barclay Street. It's exactly halfway between her house and my house. I've rung the ladies. I understand there's 2 ladies who do all these supervise these matters, but I've always been told they're too busy, and they haven't followed up on the complaint. And I have to be very careful walking along Barclay Street and make sure my dog doesn't step into it. It is a most unpleasant puddle. If these 3 applications do not succeed, this development will still have 23 blocks. Enough is enough until a structure plan is developed. And one further point, which is a bit disturbing, is that, and I have to say that Ms Southey has been very open to discussions. I've met with her on my own on one occasion to raise a particular issue. We have met with Nathan Aikman, I think his name is. So they've been open to having a discussion with us, but it is always just to tell us how life is. And that is that there's really no point in objecting, because if you do object, the matter goes to VCAT and the council and the objector always loses, because that's just the way developments are. In looking through the town planning, and I'm no town planner, but looking through the town planning documentation, you can argue a lot of points one way or another. And I do understand that one doesn't have a lot of success at VCAT. But let me say that they are not relevant considerations as to why you don't make a decision not to grant an application. So to take into account the fact that you're going to lose at VCAT is not a relevant consideration. So
20 seconds, Ms Croft, 20 seconds and you'll get your 9 minutes.
Oh, great. Thanks very much. I was about to finish, so thank you for allowing me that 9 minutes. Yes, so thank you. So thank you for allowing me the opportunity to speak. I'm grateful for that.
Thank you, Ms Croft, and thank you, and also to Ms Lockwood as well for coming and explaining your
Madam
objections.
Mayor, are we
Yes?
allowed to ask a question of
No.
the objector?
I'll need to take advice from my manager of governance. My understanding. That permissible?
Madam Mayor, you'll be able to, if there's questions from councillors to clarify items, that will be okay.
Sure. All right, thank you. Thank you, Mr Thomas. Yes, Councillor Halliday.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Hi, Christina. I just had a quick query around the mention of effluent spilling out onto a section of road reserve that you were talking about, and I'm just wondering whether that is from an old septic system. Do you know the age of that and the story around that?
Yes, thank you for that question. The house has been there for a long time. The septic system probably has been there for a long time. What seems to happen is that the people don't live there all the time. It's obviously a weekender. So when they come up and stay for a few days, the pit in the street fills up. And then when they go away, it dries up again. Yeah, that's the nature of it.
Thank you so much for clarifying that. Appreciate it.
Okay, thanks, Ms Croft, and thanks to Councillor Halliday. Any other questions of Ms Croft? Now thank you, and thank you for attending tonight. Mr White, if Ms Croft please. Councillors, you've heard from two people who've addressed us in support of the application and two people who've spoken in objection to the application. Do you have any questions of Ms Southey following those presentations or of any other matters in relation to the application? Councillor Hood?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. Question for Ms Southey or possibly Mr Lucas. In her comments objecting to the permit, Margaret Lockwood made a couple of fairly significant assertions. One was that granting of a permit would breach council's own wastewater management policy, and secondly, that it would breach the EPA Act. I'm interested in a response from either Ms Southey or Mr Lucas on those 2 points.
I'm happy to take that one on if you're comfortable, Bruce. Through you, Madam Mayor. So, Councillor Hood, in relation to the DWMP, that's a maintenance agreement. So, whilst there may not be, so it's not in breach of the DWMP. It's just an agreement between the water authorities and ourselves in relation to the maintenance. So, if there is a defunct system, it's really important that it's reported to council so we can actually make sure that we address it. And in relation to the EPA Act, that's not correct. We are compliant with the EPA Act. All the systems that are in place are approved, and if there's unapproved systems, we may not be aware of them. So once again, that's for the community to advise us and for us to go through a process so we can ensure we can regulate and try and achieve the best compliance possible.
Councillor Hood, do you have any further comments from that?
I'm just seeking clarity then. What I'm hearing is that the granting of a permit would not be breaching the EPA Act and would not be breaching our own wastewater management policy.
Apologies, Councillor. I thought you meant the existing systems that were referred to.
No, the possible granting of a permit.
No, absolutely not. Council, we can't go against, we can't approve things against any relevant act and legislation. So, and we are aware that our domestic wastewater management plan is of age, and we're currently reviewing it to ensure that it is compliant. So no, the proposal is consistent with both.
Thank you.
Mr. Lucas and then Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just also to clarify, or maybe just to confirm with Ms Southey, that these applications will have been referred to the Water Authority. So they've also assessed it against the risk and obviously come back and not had any objections to the proposal.
You're on mute, Ms Southey.
Correct. Sorry, Councillor. Yes, Mr. Lucas is correct.
Thank you. Councillor Bray?
My question was about the domestic wastewater management plan. It's currently under review, I understand. What's the timing of it being completed? And I understand there's an opportunity for community involvement and engagement in developing that. It's through the other water authorities, and Hepburn is participating in it, but we're not leading that project. Could you just clarify that for us, please?
Absolutely, Councillor Bray, through you, Madam Mayor. We have, prior to last year, so during the early stages of COVID and so on, we actually did commence the domestic wastewater management plan review, and then the environmental health officers unfortunately had to respond to the pandemic, so there was a delay there. Since then, there's actually been council's resolve to for more expansive community engagement, and we've made a commitment to that as officers. So the intention is to have the domestic wastewater management plan approved by council by the end of this year, and to structure in a community engagement strategy which will involve targeted consultation with the water authorities, with affected community members, and so on. So that's going to be undertaken in the next few months. Our intention is in the next few months.
Thank you. Councillor Bray, is that, you have any
so the implication there is that that will guide future development applications, but obviously won't have an impact on the one before us tonight.
Sorry, Councillor, just to be clear, what the domestic wastewater management plan does is it basically allows for an agreement between the water authorities and council on how we maintain and regulate our systems within council. If we didn't effectively do so, they would limit what we could achieve, and they would actually reduce the amount of more rural type subdivisions that we could achieve within our council area if they're not satisfied. So it's more about the regulation, ongoing operation, rather than actually dictating where you can and can't undertake development.
Councillor Bray, Mr. Thomas, I just have a point of clarification question. Ms. Croft said that council income from rates would increase with the subdivision. Can you just confirm that that's not what would happen, that we won't have an increase in rates other than what's the rate cap is, but in fact, increased rateable properties lead to a reduction in the same amount spread across the number of rateable properties?
Yeah, that's exactly right. So the rate cap's capped at the state government, and all we do is the total rates get split across the number of properties. So the start of a subdivision doesn't automatically create additional rates for council.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. I thought that was the case. Are there any further questions of Ms. Southey? No, in which case, thank you. And again, I'd like to thank both all the people who addressed us on this matter. We have a recommendation before us. The officer's recommendation is several pages long. And so I'm not going to read it out because there are several conditions on it. It's the same recommendation that appears in the agenda for those members of the public who might be following that. And it does go for 7 or 8 pages, so that's why I'm not going to read it out. I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for this motion? So Councillor Henderson as the mover and Councillor Simpson as the seconder. Councillor Henderson? Oh.
I'm wanting to propose an addition to the.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So you wanted to move the motion, Councillor Simpson.
Exactly, Madam Mayor. I want to move the officer's recommendation as it is in the papers, Madam Mayor.
Right. Good.
I wanted to accept the officer's recommendation with the addition of a section 173 agreement.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Simpson. So
Point of
first of
order,
all,
I don't have a
pardon?
seconder. I don't have a
Yeah,
seconder.
I know, that's what I'm, first of all, Councillor Henderson has moved the motion. Is there a seconder for that motion?
I believe Councillor Simpson was seconding it with an additional amendment.
No, but she can't in a procedure. She's got to have a seconder and then move an amendment. Is that correct, Miss Ford?
Correct, yes. Okay.
Yeah. So I need a seconder and then Councillor Simpson can move her amendment. Seconded, Councillor Hood. Thank you. Councillor Simpson, do you want to move an alternative motion or an amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd like to accept the officer's recommendation with the addition of a section 173 agreement. The 173 agreement is before the issue of a statement of compliance under the Subdivision Act 1988, the owner must enter into an agreement with the responsible authority made pursuant in section 173 of the Planning and Environment Act 1987, and the agreement must be registered on the titles to the land under section 181 of the Act. The agreement must provide that a 22,000 litre heritage water tank must be installed on both lots 1 and 2 as shown on the endorsed plans for the purpose of providing a potable water supply to any future dwellings to be constructed upon these lots prior to the issue of an occupancy permit. The owner must pay the reasonable cost for preparation, execution and registration of the section 173 agreement. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Henderson, do you accept that amendment?
No, Madam Mayor.
Right. Good. So, Councillor Ms. Fort, how do I proceed?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. So my understanding of what's occurred here is Councillor Henderson has moved the officer's recommendation, which is seconded by Councillor Hood. It's the motion that's now been put. Councillor Simpson has proposed an amendment and Councillor Henderson has not accepted that amendment. So we deal with the motion that is before us, which is the officer's recommendation.
All right. So I will now, we've got a mover and a seconder of the officer's recommendation. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Madam Mayor, there's a couple of issues here, and this is a very, very comprehensive planning application. One of the most comprehensive that's come before council, and there's a great deal of detail, as there should be, because this is a very sensitive area. It's a sensitive area because we're subject to groundwater and bore water and all sorts of things. And I actually agree that at the stage where we have a dwelling, an application, which will, another planning permit will happen on these lots. If in fact the building is going to be built, there'll have to be another planning application. And if the building is going to be built, a building permit. And that's at the stage where we will be getting our potable water tanks. And if firefighting tanks are required, we'll get those as well. And they're at least 10,000 litres just for firefighting. So I agree with my colleagues that the water is very important. But what we've got before us now is a subdivision, purely a subdivision without any thought at this stage of dwellings on them. And so that's what I've got. And my mantra tonight is to deal with the Planning and Environment Act that pertains to the application before us, not what might happen in the future. It may be that one of these lots will sit there in perpetuity and never be built upon. And why would we have a 22,000 litre tank sitting on nothing? But that'll happen at the next planning stage should a dwelling be proposed. So look, without wasting too much time, I think all of the issues have been addressed by the applicant, and Mr. Isles, whilst he's been short, has explained that. I think they've worked very constructively with our engineering department and our planners to get the very best outcome we can get for our trees, which is very important. And I note that we've got offsets. I also note that the developer has planted other trees. So my concerns are the same as all my colleagues, but this isn't the stage where we start putting in 22,000 litre water tanks. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hood is the seconder. Do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Just to note Councillor Henderson's point that this is a two-step process and that we're only dealing with the first step right now. And secondly, that within the officer's recommendation, their condition number 6 satisfactorily addresses this issue. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Bray, and then
I do want to speak to the motion, but this is a question of clarity, please, for Councillor Simpson, who has moved this motion. Councillor Henderson suggesting there's going to be a water tank sitting on a block of land. That's not my understanding of what Councillor Simpson has proposed. I read it as it would be required if and when a dwelling is built. Can someone clarify that, please?
Madam Mayor, if I could enter in the previous motion, well, amendment potentially put by Councillor Simpson isn't for debate. The only item for debate is Councillor Henderson's movement of the officer's recommendation.
Yes, the reason for clarification was because Councillor Henderson mentioned it in his
yes, Councillor Halliday, and then Councillor Halliday, you're speaking to the motion. Correct
Yes,
order. If you're speaking for the motion, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I am in support of the motion, and I wanted to comment on the risk to the environment. I've heard everything that the objectors have been saying, but unfortunately, as much as people can bandy around the term risk, we don't have any data on the impacts of these new septic systems that are going in. And I would like to draw people's attention to the EPA standards of a secondary effluent system, which is all we approve in this Shire, which require 2030-10 requirements of biological oxygen demand, total suspended solids, and E. coli levels. And these levels are really low and actually doesn't pose a high risk to the environment. These, the EPA is quite strict as far as these things go. And I just wanted to make a little comparison here. So the secondary treatment system is potentially letting out a maximum of 10 colony forming units per 100 mil of water going into the soil. The accepted level of colony forming units in fresh water is 33. So it's a third of the accepted level in your creek already. So it's really low. I think without any reports showing that there is an actual risk being posed by these additional developments, I would argue that they aren't posing any extra risk. The old systems are, and I am sure that Bronwyn and her team will, be investigating that. But that's all I had to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Halliday. Are there anyone else who wants to speak in favour of the motion? This is in favour of the motion. Councillor Drylee.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Yes, look, I am speaking in favour of this motion. There's, as other councillors have mentioned, it's a huge amount of work gone into this application. There's a large amount of detailed expert reports supporting the application, and also just the legislation that we're working within has been supported in, our government regulatory bodies have actually supported this application. I'm supporting this application because of the framework that we're working within, and that it does add up in terms, as Tessa has suggested, that the risk has been mitigated in these circumstances. Different set of circumstances. If we had structure plans in place, this might be a different argument, and we'd have a different set of parameters working with in terms of how we approach this planning application. And that, in that case, I think we can look forward to having these structure plans happen, so that we can actually make more a much more concentrated and focused decision around what's best for our townships.
Thank you, Councillor Dryly. Does any other councillor wish to speak for the motion? Does anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Simpson. Are you mute? Yeah.
Yes, I think that it's unfortunate that the councillors haven't embraced this opportunity to add in an extra water supply, or a definite water supply onto these lots. Then they would be issued prior to an occupancy permit. And so really, nobody has really listened to any of the complaints of the residents of Glen Lyon, and water is one of the big issues. This was one small step that we could have taken to ensure, a permanent water, well, not permanent, but an ongoing water supply. So I'm sorry that you've taken the avenue that you have.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I am speaking against the motion, but in doing so, I actually want to acknowledge the work that the Planning Department have put in, and the Engineering Department have put in working with the developer on this application. As Councillor Henderson said, it's very comprehensive. The land management study is it's great. They've taken that on. There's been a lot of work to try and get the best possible outcome here, and I just want to acknowledge that. I think what is the problem here is that we're sort of caught between sudden influx in development in our region and an out-of-date planning scheme, and no structure plan, and an out-of-date water management plan. So we find ourselves in a position where, yes, this application does comply with the current legislation that's in front of us, but we've sort of been caught on the back foot as a council, and we haven't done the work that we should have been doing over the last number of years to get up to speed and to be able to deal with the influx of development that we are seeing. So regrettably, I will be voting against it on the basis that it may not be the best outcome for this block if we had a different structure plan in place, perhaps taking into consideration the concerns about the high level of risk with effluent, that we're already sitting right on the edge of that level of compliance there. So we're within compliant levels, but we are right on the edge of that in terms of further subdivisions. So water supply, as Councillor Simpson mentioned, is incredibly important. I take some comfort in the fact that this can be dealt with at the later planning stage, and water tanks can be mandatory at that stage. So that's the reason for speaking against the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Councillor Henderson, you have a right of reply.
Yes, Madam Mayor, just to clarify some points here. The point is that I too want 22,000 litres. In fact, 22,000 litres these days doesn't cut it in an area like this with the use of flushing toilets and washing machines and all that. So 22,000 litres is really tokenistic. And like I said, if I were looking at this planning permit as a planning permit for a dwelling, I would be putting in things like it must have an adequate water supply, and that adequate water supply might be far more than 22,000 litres, and plus the 10 for the fire. So, you know, it's not a dead duck, if you like to put it that. If I like to put it that way, the issues will be addressed, but they will be addressed at that stage too, that Councillor Hood has referred to. So I commend this to my colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. So I'll now put the officer's recommendation. It's been moved by Councillor Henderson and seconded by Councillor Hood. I'll put it to the vote. All those who are in favour of the motion, raise your hand until I call your name out. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hewitt, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Hood and Councillor Dryeley. All those against, please raise your hand. Councillor Simpson and Councillor Bray, and I declare that the motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. We now move to item 10.2, which is the two-lot subdivision and associated works. Planning application 3009, again at the same property, 764 Dalesford Malmesbury Road. Ms. Southey, could you introduce the report, please? I understand that many of the issues will be the same as what we've just dealt with, so perhaps we may not need to go over them again. And I understand that Ms. Lockwood and Ms. Croft objections to the previous application also apply to this. Ms. Southey, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will keep this brief as you've just highlighted. They're all very similar. So the three applications at hand, item 10.1, 10.2 and 10.3 are for the creation of just above 4,000 square metre lots. So this one, for example, which is the second application of 3, is for the subdivision of 2 lots for land at 764 Dalesford Malmesbury Road, Glenlyon, and it's allotment 5. The item once again is being presented to council for consideration as we received 12 objections to the proposal, and the officer's recommendation is to approve subject to a number of conditions as included in the report.
Thank you, Ms. Southey. Does anyone have any questions of Ms. Southey about this matter? In which case, Mr. White, can you ask Mr. James Isles to join the meeting?
Thank you. Madam Mayor, just admitting James back into the meeting. Are you there, James?
I am, thank you.
And can you turn your video on, please, Mr.
Sorry.
Isles? No, that's... Thank you. Now I'd like to invite you to speak in support of the application and remind you that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I don't think I really need to go over what I had expressed previously in the previous application. However, I would be in agreement with what Councillor Henderson has indicated in regards to the need for water tanks at this stage. We would suggest that would be dealt with applications for dwellings on that site at a later stage. Again, I just would like to congratulate Council's engineering department on working with us in coming out with a solution for that road design along Springs Road. Again, we've met the requirements of septic systems. Obviously, it's been explained that there's been extensive work on that, and obviously with a secondary treatment for septic systems, that water would be a standard that would meet the EPA requirements. Other than that, exactly what I said previously, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Isles. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Isles about his presentation? No, then thank you for attending. And Mr. White, can we have Mr. Sean Lenigan, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Meeting Sean now.
Thank you. Yep, we can see and hear you, Mr. Lenigan. I'd like to invite you to speak in support of the application and remind you that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Look, I don't think I've got anything further or more constructive to add other than what James has already touched on. The point in relation to potentially requiring tanks at this stage, I think, is preemptive. Obviously, will be captured at the point where an application is made for a dwelling and can be appropriately sized and scaled to the dwelling and the needs for water at that time. But that's all I've got to add. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lenigan. Any questions of Mr. Lenigan, councillors? In which case, are there any questions of Ms. Southey? In which case I have a recommendation before us, the officer's recommendation, which again, for the members of the public, I will not read out, but it's the same as in the agenda. Yeah, Councillor Simpson, do you have a question? No, sorry, you're muted.
I'm just waiting for you to finish, Leslie. I want to propose a motion, alternative motion.
Okay, all right. So I will not read out the motion. The conditions are there and people can read it in the agenda papers. I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder? Councillor Simpson.
Well, similar to the last planning application, I would like to accept the officer's recommendation with addition of a section 173 agreement. I can reread this again if people didn't quite hear what the agreement involves.
To council, Ms. Fort will put it up on the screen, I'm sure. Do councillors want this read again or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, sorry, I'm just getting some share screen functionality instilled onto my laptop.
Okay.
Should be there now. Thank you.
All right. Well, perhaps oh, there it is. That's been added. Do I have a Councillor Simpson? Perhaps you could read it out as it's a change to the agenda, and for those people who are viewing it who may not be able to read it or see it, I'd appreciate it if you could read it out, please.
For the issue of a statement of compliance under the Subdivision Act 1988, the owner must enter into an agreement with the responsible authority made pursuant to Section 173 of the Planning Environment Act 1987, and the agreement must be registered on the titles to the land under Section 181 of the Act. The agreement must provide that a 20,000 litre heritage water tank must be installed on both lots 1 and 2, as shown on the endorsed plans, for the purpose of providing potable water supply to any future dwellings to be constructed upon these lots prior to the issue of an occupancy permit.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Simpson's motion? Councillor Bray, you're muted.
I have a question of clarity, please, on the motion. Is it appropriate to ask a question, Ms. Fort?
Through you, Councillor Bray, yes, you can ask a question of clarification that relates to procedural.
Okay. I just want to clarify, Councillor Simpson, are you proposing that a tank be built on a vacant lot prior to house plans or a house planning permit going to council.
Yeah, Councillor Simpson, you're muted.
My understanding is prior to the issue of an occupancy permit. Prior to, so up until or before an occupancy permit is issued.
Councillor Bray?
I just want to clarify with officers, is that what that motion states, or is that, so we're not talking about a water tank on a block of land, we're talking about a water tank attached to a dwelling at a later point?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, Councillor Bray, the intention would be that prior to or during the construction of a dwelling, that a tank be imposed.
Thank you. So do I have a seconder for the motion? Councillor Bray, thank you. Councillor Simpson, do you want to speak in favour of the motion? You're muted.
Yes, I do, because this is one small step we can take to capturing the rainwater in a tank, which helps to the existing water shortage around Glen Lyon and the dependence on bore water. I'd also like to say, as well as what I've said in this motion, I'd also like to say that 3 ancient big manna gum trees are going to be removed. And I think, you know, it's very unfortunate that the plan wasn't able, the plan road wasn't able to go around these trees. So when the developers say they've put in all these European trees, many of them have actually died and they're not at all suited to the area. So I'd like to add that on to this additional motion.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Bray, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I support the motion, even though perhaps a Section 173 is not the most effective way of ensuring a water tank on a property, but it does speak to the idea that this is a really important consideration that we should be looking at. And my comments earlier about the fact that we are in between a comprehensive structure plan and a comprehensive planning scheme and have been caught off guard with sudden influx of development. This little step suggests council is concerned about water supply in this area in the township of, well, in the settlement of Glen Lyon, and the concerns around the addition of potential bores in this development.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Are there any other people who wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Halliday.
I just wanted to say that I do see how this is a positive step towards preserving water in our catchments, to try and stop people dropping bores on every property. I think it's unfortunate that the first item didn't get passed in this manner, but yeah, I am supportive of this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. I'm asking for people to support who want to speak in favour of the motion. Councillor Henderson, I can't, you're muted. No, you're muted, Councillor Henderson. We can't.
The point of order, Madam Mayor. We've had 3 speakers for the motion so far, and no one has been given the opportunity to speak against it. And
well, I was going to get everyone who spoke for, and then I was going to ask people against.
I'm not sure that that's the order of things, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I've done it.
I have a right to. I have a right to speak against it at any time.
Fine. That's how I've done it previously, but there you go. That's my consistent to get everyone to speak for, and then to get everyone to speak against.
But perhaps, Madam Mayor, our governance person, give us a ruling on that in relation to the local law.
And potentially, Madam Mayor, if I could also ask you to speak with Bronwyn Southey. I think she just needs to clarify an item from the question earlier. So maybe Bronwyn to clarify that first thing.
Okay, thank you.
Under governance to answer around the order of speakers.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Bronwyn, Ms. Southey.
Thanks, Bradley. My apologies, councillors. It got a bit confusing with the toing and froing. The actual condition, the motion that's been put up recommends prior to statement of compliance, not prior to the build. So what that means is there's 3 stages of subdivision. You get the planning permit, you go through the process of completing your conditions, and then prior to the formal compliance being issued, the tanks would need to be in place. So it wouldn't be, Councillor Bray, it wouldn't be in association with the dwelling, it would be prior to. My apologies.
So,
I think
Councillor.
It's problematic because it may be that we need to reword the motion in that case.
In which case, the process is if the motion fails, someone can move another motion. Councillor Henderson, does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Does anyone wish to speak against the motion?
Yes,
Councillor
Madam.
Henderson.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I do. And whilst I can understand the thrust of what my colleagues are trying to say, currently we do not have an application before us for a dwelling. And we might have that block sit there, it could sit there for 100 years and it not ever have a dwelling on it. And so what was the point of a tank? But the tank will be dealt with at the second. As in the first application, that's the correct procedure. And of course, it's a good idea to have water tanks. And should this planning permit, a planning permit for dwelling, come up on one of these blocks in the future, I dare say people will object to a dwelling going on there, and perhaps the same 5 people, the same 12 people might object. And I would be standing up here insisting that a water tank go on there. This is not what's before us. We can only deal with what is before us. And we have an application to subdivide some land. We do not have an application before us to subdivide land and build a dwelling. And so we're dealing with something. I don't believe if the applicant took this with this condition to VCAT, we would get done like the proverbial dinner, Madam Mayor, and it would be a waste of ratepayers' money and the applicant's time, and probably even get costs against us. And I don't think that it's a good idea to go preempting what someone might do with a block of land in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 years' time. When that comes, if I'm still around and they try to put a dwelling on there and they get opposition, I would be certainly insisting they have water tanks. But that isn't what's before us, Madam Mayor. So I oppose this. I don't agree with the thrust of it, but I oppose it for that reason.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Halliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wanted to quickly clarify with this proposed motion by Juliet. It's saying that the 173 agreement has to be completed prior to the statement of compliance, not that the water tank has to be installed prior to statement of compliance. So it's saying that the water tank must be installed for any future dwellings to be constructed on these lots prior to the issue of an occupancy permit for the dwelling. The only thing that needs to be done before the statement of compliance is the 173 agreement stipulating that. I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. Ms. Southey, Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just wonder whether it might be helpful if Ms. Forte can put the motion back on the screen so that we can review the exact wording of the motion and get some clarity.
Right, thank you. Do people want me to read this out?
No.
No? All right.
Madam Mayor, if I could ask, could Ms Salvi, now reviewing the motion put by Councillor Simpson, clarify in not too much planning language what this means in relation to the timing of when installation will occur, for clarity for all, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the intention of would be a Section 173 be agreed to prior to statement of compliance, committing that a tank would be developed to supply water to any future dwellings to be constructed on those lots prior to the issue of an occupancy permit. So basically the agreement happens through this permit process, and then if somebody applies for a dwelling, they're then bound to have a tank put in.
Thank you. Are there any questions of Ms Southey about that? Councillor Bray.
Just to clarify, Ms Southey, is that different to what you initially said?
To be honest, Councillor Bray, I can't remember what I initially said. There have been so many questions in this space.
My understanding, can I get some clarification? My understanding that this motion is that there's an agreement put in place prior to compliance, but that the tank does not need to be constructed until a dwelling is built.
That is correct, Councillor Bray. I guess the only other comment I would say in this space is, as a mirrored application was just approved without this condition, it's important that councillors consider consistency in their decision making.
Okay, thank you, Ms Southey. Thank you, councillors. Is there any further any other councillors want to make any comment either for or against the application at this, their motion at this stage? Councillor Simpson, you have a right of reply.
Right, reply to those who are speaking against the motion.
Yes.
Well, I think that the people who are speaking against the motion didn't quite understand the motion. So hopefully now they do.
Thank you. That's okay. So I'll put the motion. It's the officer's recommendation plus the amendment that Miss Ford has put up on the screen. All those in favour, raise their hand. Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday and Councillor Bray. All those against, raise their hand. Councillor Dryly, Councillor Hood, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hewitt. The motion is lost.
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
Can I please call a division?
Certainly. So those in favour of the motion are Councillor Bray, Councillor Simpson and Councillor Halliday. Those against the motion are Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hewitt, Councillor Hood and Councillor Dryly. Thank you.
So a division has been called, that has been recorded.
Well, that's what the result of a division is. Yes. Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Henderson.
Madam Mayor, in the absence of a decision being made, I'd like to move the officer's recommendation as stated in the papers.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hood. Does anyone want to speak? Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak in favour of the motion?
No, Madam Mayor. I think I've said all I have to say on the issue.
Councillor Hood.
No, thanks, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else want to speak in favour of the motion? Anyone want to speak against the motion? in which case I'll put the motion, which is the officer's recommendation for planning application 3009. All those in favour, please raise their hand. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Halliday, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Those against, please raise your hand. Councillor Simpson and Councillor Bray, the motion is carried.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
this time I'd like to call a division.
right. All those in favour were Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hewitt, Councillor Hood, Councillor Dryly, and Councillor Halliday. All those against were Councillor Bray and Councillor Simpson. Thank you. We now move on to item 10.3, which is the planning application 3010, which is for a subdivision, again, a 2-lot subdivision, again at 764 Dalesford Malmesbury Road, Glenlyon. Is there, Ms. Southey, over to you to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. This is the third application of the 3, and the application once again is to consider and determine planning application for a 2-lot subdivision of land at 764 Dalesford Malmesbury Road, allotment 6. It's proposed to subdivide an existing single lot into 2 lots, with both lots fronting Spring Street to the east and with vegetation removal. This will be required for both lots. Both of the lots will be vacant, and the item is being presented to council as we received 12 objections to the proposal again, and the officer's recommendation is to approve subject to a number of conditions.
Thank you, Ms. Southey. Are there any questions of Ms. Southey? It covers essentially the same ground as previously. There are no questions. Mr. White, could you call Mr. Isles again to address this?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm admitting Mr. Isles now. Good evening again.
Thank you, Mr. Isles. Would you like to speak in support of the application?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, again, I don't really need to speak too much about this particular application. It just follows on from the previous 2 applications that it's a 2-lot subdivision. It's in a township zone. We've met the requirements of wastewater treatment. We've met the requirements of providing a road to the lots. We've met the requirements of trying to retain as much of the native vegetation as possible on site. Yes, I agree with Councillor Henderson that, yes, it's a first stage of a 2-stage process that potential purchasers or new purchasers will have to go through the processes of applying for a planning permit for a dwelling, and that's at the appropriate time, which appropriate water tanks should be considered. That's all, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Isles. Does anyone have any questions of Mr. Isles? Then thank you for appearing again. Yes, Councillor Simpson.
James, as a developer, you've successfully developed all these blocks. These are the last 3 that have been or about to be subdivided. As far as I can see, you have put no input into the Glenlyon community. You're not from the area, and you have a very...
Point of order, Madam Mayor.
Sorry. Yes.
I think that's appropriate.
Do you have a
questioning?
Yeah. Do you have a question of Mr. Isles, Juliet?
What has your contribution been to the problem with water in Glenlyon and your large amount of new developments, which you're going to make a huge amount of money out of?
We'll take it that the question is, how are you going to manage the water? Councillor Henderson, before I do this, you're muted, please.
I just want to point out to you, Madam Mayor, that that the CEO has no right to call points of order. That's only councillors who may enter this debate. I did have a point of order, and the point of order under our local law number 1 is that we must not make any personal or derogatory remarks or things that might embarrass anybody else. And so the question actually shouldn't be answered and shouldn't be even asked because it's in contravention of local law number 1. That's my belief.
The question.
Thank you. I won't enjoy it. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Simpson, could you rephrase your question not to include any personal or derogatory remarks?
James, what has your contribution been to the massive water problem in Glen Lyon?
Thanks, Councillor. I'm not the developer. I am the planning consultant who acts on behalf of the developer. And we've gone through extensive reports to address the concerns, obviously, with any planning application on water, wastewater, tree management, road construction. And I think the reports that have been provided by experts in their field, which have been referred to those statutory authorities to consider those reports. We hadn't received any objection to those reports. I think squarely and fairly that we've considered all of those considerations and no one has objected to those.
Thank you, James. Councillor Simpson, you've had a go. Councillor Henderson, you're muted.
Just a question, Mr. Riles. As part of these subdivisions and the various ones you've done and the ones you've been involved in, I assume the developers have been involved in quite a lot of these in the area. Has there ever been any need for a public contribution to public open space?
In this instance, Councillor, we're only 2-lot subdivision.
Thank you. Councillor Bray.
I wasn't going to ask this because it's a very big night and we've got a huge agenda, but seeing as Councillor Henderson brought up open space, given that there are 3 lots concurrently being applied for, does a question for Ms. Southey is if there's more than 3 lots and divided into 6 lots, does it then incur a public space requirement contribution?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The applicant's gone a bit of a loophole through this one. It could have been a combined application where they would have been required to contribute public open space. However, as they've applied for the application separately, they haven't been required to contribute to the public open space.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Isles. Are there no further questions? I'll now invite Mr. Sean Lenigan to speak in support of the application.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll just move individuals. Just admitting Sean into the room now.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I don't have anything further to add to James's earlier comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Lenigan? No, thank you. Then I'm in search of a motion for the officer's recommendation. Do I have someone? Councillor Henderson, do I have a seconder? Councillor Hood. Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I wish to move the officer's recommendation as stated in the papers, and I think I've already said enough about this. All these are the same, and I think I've done it to death, and so I'm happy to leave that rest at the moment, but reserve my right to close the debate if anyone speaks against it.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hood?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor. I have nothing further to add.
Thank you. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against the motion? In which case, I'll put the motion, which is the officer's recommendation, as in the agenda. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Halliday, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Those against? Councillor Bray and Councillor Simpson. Thank you. The motion is carried. We've now got item 10.4, the planning application 2733, the use and development of the land for group accommodation at 31 Miller Street, Dalesford. Ms. Southey, you want to speak to the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of this report is for Council to determine planning application PA 2733 for the use and development of the land for group accommodation, including alterations to an existing dwelling at 31 Miller Street, Dalesford. The application was notified and 7 objections were received. The site originally was granted planning approval in 2018 for the construction of 2 dwellings and a large central garage and double-storey studio, which the owner has constructed to lock up. It is now seeking approval for the construction of these completion of these buildings and conversion of rear dwellings into group accommodation for short stay accommodation. The application is being presented to Council for its consideration as 7 objections were received during the public notification period. The officer's recommendation is to approve the application subject to conditions.
Thank you. Any questions of Ms. Southey about this matter? Councillor Bray?
I have 2 questions. Ms. Southey, will the granting of a permit for group accommodation prevent the dwellings at the back of the original dwelling from being used for long-term accommodation in some future stage?
Sorry, Councillor, just to be clear through you, Madam Mayor, so them being used as permanent residential accommodation in the future? No, so that's a Section 1 use. So at any stage, can those dwellings that have applied for short term can revert back to their original permanent dwelling. It's only the other way around that's required a permit trigger.
Thank you. And my second question is, the existing dwelling at the front of the block on Miller Street, I understand that the existing dwelling must not be used for group accommodation or short-term stay. Does that mean it can only be used for permanent accommodation?
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other questions of Ms. Southey? Mr. Dryly, Councillor Dryly?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Southey, the objectors in this to this application reference the neighbourhood character of the area and the fact that there's the short-term accommodation could impact on the livelihoods of the people surrounding this application. I'm just wondering what measures are there in place to assure these people that there's not going to be 24-hour parties next door to them every weekend?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Madam Mayor. The long of the short response to that is there is a permanent caretaker on site. So the primary dwelling occupant will be responsible for that short-term accommodation, and therefore, if there were any sort of social issues or anything as a result of that, they would be directly accountable to the police and possibly council as well for non-compliance.
Sorry. And just a secondary question around the use of the central space for the massage, and how is that going to be the potential effect on that, on the commercial aspect of that, going to be mitigated to the people surrounding, the comings and goings of people to the location, potentially impacting on the streetscape and parking and that sort of that scenario?
So, Councillor, there was, through you, Madam Mayor, there was a condition imposed stating that only occupants of the buildings and the short stay accommodation could utilise that facility. So that's one of the ways that it's being managed. And also the parking on the street is available to anyone. And once again, it's an internal or proposed to be a site operated facility. the permanent owner on site would be responsible for managing any impact in that space.
Thank you, Ms. Southey. Councillor Dryly, is that sufficient?
Thank you.
Thank you. If there are no questions, Councillor Bray?
Yeah, just a quick one on the parking. Clarify, Ms. Southey, I know that the developer has modified the nature strip to create a couple of car parks with permission from council. Can you clarify, are those car parks available to all comers and goers of Miller Street? Is it available to anyone who wishes to park there? Or is it only for people who are staying at that accommodation?
Yes, councillor, they're available to everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions at this stage, I'll ask Mr. White to invite Mr. Dean Parrish to speak in support of the application.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have two Dean Parrotts waiting in the waiting room, so we'll admit the first one and see what happens.
Thank you.
Hello, Dean, you there?
Hello.
Mr. Parrott, can you also turn on a video so we can see you?
I'll have to get my wife to do that. I'm not very... Oh,
Yeah, there.
there you go.
Oh, thank you. Excellent. Thank you. I'd now like to thank you for joining us, and I'd like to invite you to speak in support of the application and remind you that you only have 3 minutes.
That's okay. After this long other one, I'll be nice and quick. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much for being able to finally listen to my planning application. I actually live in the home at the front. I purchased the home in 2011, and it was always my dream to be in Dalesford. I've got some businesses there now, to live there and have a little B&B business. That's why I bought the property. It has a lane at the back, which you can gain access to Bridport Street. It's very, very close to Albert Street. So Miss Southey actually said that it was actually applied in 2018. I'm sorry, Bronwyn, actually, don't mean to be rude, but actually was incorrect. It was actually 2014 to 15. The house and the garage have actually been there since 2015, May 2015. Unfortunately, the builder was a pretty dodgy builder, Alternate Dwellings. They built a few houses in the area, and they went broke. So the whole thing's been pretty devastating for me personally. And they're pretty much rotting away at the moment. I've been trying to do some work on the property at the back by doing a driveway and so forth to make it, at least not rot away. And we've been navigating, I suppose, the council aspect of it the last 2 years with the help of David Moore, an architect. And certainly he's been dealing with the council, and the council have been fantastic in coming back and so forth. And certainly I am more than willing, and have been through Anita and Bronwyn, to address any issues that's around, like in terms of sight lines and overlooking aspects. More than happy to have made any changes. A few things in terms of, it's a 4-bedroom home with a garage, 2-car garage with an upstairs kind of studio bedroom. We live at the front. We're going to run it. It'll be very respectful of our neighbours. 2 of the people that probably impacted the most at the back haven't complained. Certainly we want to be respectful of our neighbours and wouldn't do anything, not to do that. The therapy room, very quickly, it's a place where groups of women could get a tarot card reader in or a masseur in, and that's all it is. It'll never run as a business solely. It's also an extra toilet for people who are in the outside area. In terms of history, I actually purchased all the salvage from the pavilion up at the lake that was probably pulled down about 12 months ago. So I salvaged all the timber, all the Oregon beams, all the brickwork I salvaged too. And in between the garage and the house, I've actually had built some small, only about 3 or 4 courses of brickwork as like little, to keep the soil back. And that's all with the actual bricks from the pavilion. And I plan on putting a plaque on that. And also when I'm salvaging the material for the pergola, I'm actually going to put a plaque on where the timber came from.
Mr. Parrott, 20 seconds.
Oh, okay, cool. That's probably about it. You know, I just kind of want to, move on and get my house built. It's, it's been pretty devastating for me personally. In terms of the car parking at the front, my neighbour next door parks there. People over the road park there. I welcome it. So, I'm happy to do whatever the council want me to change if I need to. I think that's probably about it.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Parrott at this stage?
I can't answer anything.
Anyone got any questions?
I think
Councillor Dryly. Mr. Parrott, Councillor Dryly's got a question.
Yes, Councillor.
Just a question about local affordable housing and just whether you're open to renting to people should the climate change for short-term accommodation. Is that something
would I put it in long-term?
Yeah.
Funny you actually asked the question, Councillor, because look, it's been the neighbourhood situation, not trying to be too personal about it, because I just want to look at the facts, have been a bit toxic. So we're kind of feeling at the moment, in a way, not to say I'm pulling a pin, I'm certainly not. It's been devastating for us financially. But probably once this is all approved, I actually don't think I'm going to run it as a group accommodation. Funny we mention it, because I think probably what we're going to do is we're probably going to buy a caravan. We're going to go away for 12 months and we're probably going to put it all on full-time rent, actually, because I've taken a real hit personally and financially. And my wife and I run a few businesses together, and we want to spend some time and not worry about all this kind of stuff. So absolutely, we will probably consider it. Most probably, we're probably not going to run it as group straight away. I think I want to rent it for 12 months and kind of forget about it. So hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you.
Yep.
Thanks. Any other questions of Mr. Parrott? In which case, I just want to thank you for coming and talking to us tonight and explaining your point of view.
Madam Mayor and councillors, I much appreciated.
Okay, thank you, Mr. White. If you leave the meeting now, and we'll invite Miss Louise Parsons to speak in objection to the application.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Admitting Louise now.
Thank you, Ms. Parsons, and welcome. Can you hear me?
Still connecting audio, Madam Mayor.
Yep. Okay.
Sorry, Louise, we cannot hear you. I'll give it another couple of seconds. I do have a mobile number for her, and I can call her if required.
Miss Parsons, can you hear us? Because we can't hear you. Mr. White, could I ask you to call her?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I'm wondering if it's a good time for us to move a motion to take a 5-minute break and extend the meeting. Is that
okay, I think my system's working now.
Oh, no, we'll do it at the end, Councillor Dryly. Thank you. Ms. Parsons, can you hear us now? And
I can hear you now.
Right. Well, thank you for attending, and I'd like to invite you to speak in objection to the application and remind you that you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your time, and I admire you all for sitting and mulling over these things for hours on end, because it's quite a commitment. I also respect that the applicant is stressed and has been doing a lot of work there, but I also think we need to take into consideration it's caused a lot of stress for some of the residents as well. So I think there's two sides there. I was surprised that council staff had suggested approving it so quickly based on the number of objections, I guess, and the concern of the residents around a whole lot of areas that were listed. Certainly density in the area and looking forward to subdivision And I just wonder too if the central garage, which I understand is going to have kitchen and accommodation, would form a third dwelling, and what that means for future for subdivision, but also it would be the only site in that region that would have that many dwellings. Certainly in terms of I guess neighbourhood character and things like that, it is quite different to the other areas and the other houses in the area. From Bridport Street, it's very much quite a bulky development that's there already when you look through from Bridport as well. And obviously there's concern around the noise, neighbourhood character and overlooking. And I guess I was surprised or concerned that when the previous permit, that so much work was done without that wasn't on the permit, if you like. And I guess we were a bit confused too, and didn't understand that council could approve the use of a nature strip for private car park. And I understand that the applicant said it's for community use, but my neighbours have tried to park there and been told it's actually private property. So I think there's a bit of confusion in that area. But I certainly would suggest and encourage you to just think about the area and the precedents that it might set too with that high density dwelling, and also the taking of the nature strip for car parking. It's the only spot in the whole street that now is formal car parking as well, and it really takes away from the nice neighbourhood character of the quite deep nature strips as well. And so I think on that basis, I guess, there's some concerns there that I would really be grateful if you would take those into consideration. And I think to get 7 objections for a normal house block is quite considerate. And I think that
20 seconds, Ms. Parsons.
Thank you. And it's important to take that into consideration when you're looking at the amenity and the enjoyment of everybody and the neighbourhood and people enjoying the neighbourhood. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Councillors, do you have any questions of Ms. Parsons after her presentation? No? Well, I'd like to thank you for coming along and telling us what's going on from your perspective. We do appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. White, I understand Mr. Kenyon and Mr. Tony Parks also want to speak in objection to the application. Could you invite them in, please?
Madam Mayor, they're not in the Zoom meeting and I don't have any contact details for those individuals. So.
All right, then we'll assume that they don't wish to attend. Thank you, Mr. White. Does anyone have any further questions of Ms. Southey after hearing Ms. Parsons' presentation? Councillor Bray.
Yes, it's just about the management of noise. This is not a decision we can make here tonight. It's more about an understanding of how the ongoing issue of a party is managed for residents if that becomes a problem.
Sorry, councillor, was that a question?
What is the way noise would be handled for residents who are finding that to be a problem?
Sure, thank you, councillor. Through Madam Mayor, police basically. If there's a party and so on outside of hours and there's noise, the police are the first point of call. Second point of call is determining a nuisance. So if it was an ongoing behaviour, it would then become a compliance issue which council would be required to regulate.
Thank you. Any other questions? In which case I'm in search of a motion for the officer's recommendation, which is again 5 pages long. There are a number of conditions, so I won't read them out. For those watching, it's exactly the officer's recommendation is in the agenda papers. Do I have a mover? No? Is anyone prepared to move the motion? Councillor Henderson. Anyone second the motion? Sorry, I can't see. Do I have a seconder?
Yeah, I have.
Oh,
Thank you.
Councillor Halliday, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I actually really moved the motion for want of the fact that we have to make some sort of a decision, and you can't make a decision if there's no motion on the floor. Madam Mayor, I do support it, and I do so with a little bit of reticence. And I hear the overdevelopment story. I also hear some of the people are against the proliferation of B&Bs and overnight stays, short-term stays. However, it's an allowable situation, and that's once it keeps coming back to that. If this is allowable and it actually passes the planning scheme, it's not for me to be going against what the Planning Act says, the Environment and Planning Act says. So, or Planning and Environment Act says. So, as long as it meets the standards and I really would prefer the option as discussed, that it become permanent dwellings. The days are gone when we can have quarter-acre blocks and even less. We have to have infill. We have to have, sadly, as many people as we can, and possibly to put accordance with the Act in a smaller space of around the area. So it doesn't impact on the trees. I'm a little bit concerned about the parking, but once again, that's legal. So I guess I'm in support of it. Look, it's a well laid out idea. I can understand the objectives, but so having moved it, I'm going to support it.
Councillor Halliday.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree with Councillor Henderson that it does meet the planning scheme guidelines. So it is hard to not support something if it does. But I also additionally, the development is existing. It's only small changes to an existing development. So it makes it very hard for us to sort of consider it from a lot of angles from that perspective, because it's the planning permit was approved back in 2014 or whenever it was, and the development is existing. So I am voting in favour of the amendments to, finish this development so that it can be of use to the community.
Thank you, Councillor Halliday. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Dryly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I too have some reservations about this application on the basis of a housing situation in Daylesford and the Shire generally, that people are struggling to find accommodation to rent and to work in our towns. That there is a real shortfall there, but as Don says, and Tess has mentioned, we are bound by certain legislation, and this passes the test. And I'm also heartened that the applicant has an open mind in terms of how the premises might be used, and given that he and she are both local people as well, and it's a difficult time for everyone in the world we're inhabiting with this COVID world. So it's it's a complicated situation, and I respect that.
Thank you, Councillor Dryly. Councillor Bray.
I know we have a motion on the table, Madam Mayor, but I believe that we need to move a motion to extend the meeting.
Yes, we do, but if we just finish this and then we'll extend it, we'll have that motion. Is there any? No, you want me to do it now?
We're advised by Ms. Fort.
Do I need to? Thought I had 5 minutes leeway.
you, Madam Mayor. My recommendation would be to move a motion to extend as soon as possible. for
Someone wish to move a motion to extend the meeting? Councillor Hood,
I'll second it.
Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hood, do you want to? You're muted.
Sorry about that, I'm muted. Yeah, Madam Mayor, I move that council resolves to extend this ordinary meeting to continue past 9 p.m. in line with our council's governance rules, so that to allow the transaction of council business to occur.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson, you've seconded it. Does anyone want to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Mayor. No, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Bray?
The question is the cut-off point, Councillor Hood, to your extension.
Pardon?
Was there a cut-off point?
Oh.
No.
And just until we've got business finished, was my understanding of Councillor Hood's motion?
That's correct. I'm not nominating a finish time. We finished the business that's noted on the agenda.
Okay, anyone wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Halliday.
Yeah, I would like to, well, I don't think that we should continue. We've done, of the items, the main items that we vote on tonight, we've done one. There's another 11, 12, 4 to go. So yeah, I don't think it's feasible for us to keep going. We're all getting tired. If we do need, yeah, I just don't see how we're going to get it done before midnight. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Halliday. Does anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Councillor Hood, do you wish to have the right?
I would just prefer that we set a cut-off for tonight and the possibility of extending it again at another time.
Okay, if we'll have Councillor Hood's motion. If that fails, you can move that, Councillor Bray. Councillor Hood, do you want to speak?
Just to repeat, Madam Mayor, that I'm of the view that we should continue to work through the agenda. The council officers have put a hell of a lot of work into it. We've put a lot of preparation into it. And we've only been going 3 hours. We can keep on going and serve the community appropriately, in my view.
Thank you. All right, I'll put the motion as moved by Councillor Hood that we continue the meeting until the business of the agenda is completed. All those in favour, raise their hand. That's Councillor Dryly, Councillor Hood, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Bray and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Those against? Councillor Halliday. Anyone abstaining? Councillor Simpson? You voting for or against?
For the extension of
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
Yes, please. Yes.
Okay, all right, Councillor Simpson has voted for the extension of time. So that's occurred. We'll finish this motion and then I'll call a break for some minutes so that people can, if that's reasonable, I'll suspend the business of the meeting after we've finished with this motion. So Councillor Henderson has moved the motion and it's been seconded by Councillor Dryly.
Could you clarify what motion he's moved, please?
The councillor's recommendation, which is that councillor it's item 10.4, planning applications 2733, use and development of the land for group accommodation at 31 Miller Street, Dalesford. Okay, does any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Does any other councillor wish to speak against the motion? In which case I'll put the officer's recommendation. All those in favour, raise their hand. Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Hood and myself, Councillor Hewitt. So the motion's carried.
Order. I didn't actually second that, Madam Mayor.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Councillor Henderson moved it. Councillor Miss Port.
I seconded it,
Oh,
Leslie.
sorry. Okay, so Councillor Henderson and seconded by Councillor Halliday. I retake the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Bray, Councillor Hood, Councillor Dryelly, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday and myself. The motion is carried. I move to suspend standing orders. Yes, Councillor Henderson, you're muted.
Through you, Madam Mayor, just to interject, you do need a mover.
I move that we suspend standing orders in order to have a 5-minute break, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Hood. Okay, all those in favour? Councillor Bray, Henderson, Hood, Dryelly, Simpson and Halliday and myself, Councillor Hewitt. And so business is suspended for 5 minutes. We'll resume at 9:12. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor.
Okay, is everyone back? Tim? Yep, good. Okay, thank you. So can I have a motion that we resume business? Moved Councillor Henderson, seconded. Someone want to move that we, Councillor Hood. Okay, I move that we resume standing orders at 9:14. All those in favour? Henderson, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray, Councillor Dryly, and myself, Councillor Simpson, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Thank you. The motion's carried. We move on to item 11.1, Hepburn Hub at the Rex, the July update. Mr. Lucas, can you introduce the report, please?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of the report is to provide an update on the project against the council endorsed project plan. And in summary, as detailed in the background of the report, the project scope includes the library, community auditorium, a co-working space, customer service and council office areas. The project budget was previously confirmed to be $7.13 million, and the works are now anticipated to be completed mid next year, mid 2022, after the procurement for a new building contractor. And just to confirm, councillors, council has terminated the contract with the former contracted builder, Hutchinson's, which took place on the 6th of July 2021. The endorsed project scope remains the same as previously endorsed by council, and that is for an indoor facility of just over 2,000 square metres. Councillors, we are working to update the contract documents or the tender documents to release for a public tender or public procurement process. The point that I should emphasise is that the documentation is being reviewed and updated, given it was 12 months since it was released. We are taking the opportunity to provide additional clarity and be very explicit about a number of areas that council deems to have been previously included in the contract and specified in clauses that detail an outcome, and that created some debate and discussion with the previous contractors, and we are taking the opportunity now to be a little bit more explicit in how those extra works are identified within the contract documents. We anticipate that they'll be released in a few weeks' time, and that we are anticipating getting a tender for council consideration, at the moment targeting the October council meeting. I'm happy to take any questions.
Councillor Bray.
Madam Mayor, sorry, Mr. Lucas, I believe that we are talking about the Hepburn Hub at the Rex. Is that correct?
That is correct, Councillor Bray. Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Dryly.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Lucas. There's been a lot of bit of discussion within the community of why we're not considering, it's an opportunity to redevelop the site in terms of the plan, and make some changes at this point, because there's a perception in the community that there wasn't a lot of opportunity at the outset for us to do that.
Yeah, in short, council have endorsed a project scope and a project design, a site design, and council have endorsed that design go out to public tender, and that's what officers are now following through with.
Thank you.
Councillor Simpson, do you want to ask a question?
Which council are you referring to, Bruce? When you say that the council has put together the scope to go out to the public, which council are you talking about?
So council have confirmed the project scope. So council have made a decision, passed a motion at a formal council meeting that confirms the scope of works and the current design. Also in May, I think, authorised the Chief Executive Officer to further negotiate with the contractor, and if those negotiations weren't successful, that there was authorisation to terminate that contract and then recommence a procurement process. And those are the steps that the officers are now implementing.
Within the scope of the, and that was our decision, within the scope of the current of the project as it had been scoped. Any further?
Second question, just quickly. I thought that we had a question from the member of the public about this meeting. Is it David Moore or someone?
Yes, and that was read out when I read out the council questions, the questions in item that did occur, and it was under the public questions which occurred earlier in the agenda.
Right. This would be a good time to address that.
Councillor Simpson, it was addressed in agenda item.
All right, thank you, Leslie. Don't worry, just continue.
Yeah, it was addressed in the earlier agenda item. Thank you. Any further questions of Mr. Lucas? Councillor Bray.
Sorry, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just to clarify, because I got distracted at the start, I wasn't sure what project you were talking about. But for those that were listening, it was the Hepburn Hub at the Rex project. The timeline for completion estimate, if we are putting this out to tender now, what ballpark can the community expect to be seeing a completed facility?
Yeah, so officers at the moment, based on estimated works duration, would anticipate the project being completed around about July of 2022 with occupancy in August of 2022. That timeline will obviously need to be confirmed with the preferred tenderer when they submit their works program, and that will be negotiated as part of awarding the contract, and then we'll be able to confirm that program in more detail.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yes, Mr. Lucas, if I'm not wrong, that motion also left it open for us if we do go out to tender and we either don't get any interest in the tender, or we get a figure that is miles over the budgeted price. It's always an option for us, isn't it, to not accept any tender and then to decide on another option. And that may include selling it, it may include doing something else with it.
That is absolutely correct, Councillor Henderson. So as with any tender that comes to council have the discretion or the power to either award a contract or to not award a contract. And in the case that a contract is not awarded, there is no project or no works that can proceed.
Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lucas, you mentioned in the report the project reference group, which the terms haven't been determined yet. Is the understanding that group will be referring to the current scope of the of this project, and that their role is more around the ongoing delivery of that scope? Is that the understanding, or is this not even being determined at that point?
Well, in short, it hasn't been determined. That the terms of reference have not been drafted. What I would say is that at the moment, council have given a clear direction on the scope of works and what the design is, and are going through our procurement process. So that in itself, in the current form, would suggest that the design is not up for discussion as part of that reference group. However, if council chooses to not award a contract and then goes back to rethink the project at some future point, depending on what the procurement process throws up, then clearly that would be an option for discussion. But right now, council have set that design and we are going through a procurement process.
Thank you. Are there any further questions of Mr. Lucas? In which case, the officer's recommendation is that Council 1 receives and notes the July 2021 project update report regarding the Hepburn Hub at the Rex project. 2, notes the termination of the contract known as HEP BU RFT 2020.102, building and associate works, Hepburn Hub at the Rex at no further cost to the council. 3, notes that a new procurement process is now being commenced and 4 notes that monthly reporting to council and the community will continue. I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover? Councillor Hood. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Bray. Councillor Hood.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I would like to move the 4 points of the officer's recommendation that you just read out with the addition of a 5th point. And I'm happy to read that out. I believe it can be displayed on the screen as well.
It's being displayed now, Councillor Hood.
Okay, so my 5th point is that in response to an investigative report that broadly describes council's current office accommodation as, quote, non-compliant with relevant state or federal legislation, end quote, and, quote, presenting a substantial health and safety risk, end quote, and mindful of our obligations and responsibilities under the Occ Health and Safety Act, council requests officers to obtain expert advice as a matter of urgency so as to identify the remedies that are required to be undertaken in order to address specific deficiencies.
Thank you. Councillor, do you want to speak to that? And then I'll ask Councillor Bray if she's happy to second the additional point.
Yeah, I'm happy to elaborate, Madam Mayor. Quite simply, in my view, safety is non-negotiable. It's not something that can be deferred. We do have a report that uses those quotes in broad terms. It's my view that we need to look at it in far more detail to identify exactly what the problems are so that they can be addressed in a timely manner. I am obviously mindful that this project, its key objective is to provide proper office accommodation for our staff. But that is obviously, no matter what happens, is going to take quite some time.
Thank
and
you.
We must address this issue in a timely manner.
Thank you. I'll come back to you, Councillor. Councillor Bray, are you happy to second that? No, you're muted.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Councillor Hood. I can't see the motion in front of me, so and I haven't seen it before.
Okay, so Councillor Hood, do you want to continue? Councillor Hood, feel free to continue with your reasons for adding the extra point.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. Well, I think it's quite self-evident, and at the risk of repeating myself, safety is extremely important. We are in possession of a report that quotes in broad terms and describes in such a way something in the office accommodation that we cannot ignore, that we must address as a matter of urgency. We do have responsibilities as councillors, joint responsibility with council management to address Occ Health and Safety. Now, we cannot sit on that report and do nothing. We must get into it in more specific detail and take immediate action on whatever specific items are found to present such an Occ Health and Safety risk to staff. I can't really add much more, Madam Mayor. I think it's abundantly clear that this is an item that needs urgent attention.
Thank you. So can I have a seconder for Councillor Hood's motion? Okay, so Councillor Henderson has done that, which, Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, Councillor Hood is quite correct. And all the other points have been addressed, I believe. But there's no way known that we can continue what's gone on for years and the way it's going to continue for the next few years of our staff sitting in drafty corridors, working out of broom cupboards, doing all that sort of thing. We just can't allow that. And there's access issues, there's all sorts of things. And we've proven over the last few weeks even how dedicated our staff are to their job. You see the CEO's report here tonight. That's only indicative of what he does. behind what he does, there's a whole lot of officers, and I don't want to see those officers blocking out drafts from holes in walls. As I said, sitting in passageways with the draft blowing in. For heaven's sake, Dalesford's a cold enough place without sitting in a passageway. I certainly wouldn't like to do it, and I don't think we should ask the staff to continue to do it. They've borne with us over the years, and I think the time, we talk about the time it's taken to build this Hepburn hub. Well, I think that it's high time that we thought of those staff in the immediate future, in the present and in the immediate future. And whatever happens down the track at the Hepburn hub, that's another thing. So we need to address the matter now, and I support Councillor Hood's motion. Thank you.
Anyone else who would like to speak to the motion? Councillor Spray?
I mean, I support Councillor Hood's intention to ensure that our staff are safe and are working in safe working conditions. I suppose I'm not clear on what the motion is, Councillor Hood, that we are seeking advice that we will act on with urgency. Are there any budgetary or time frame management issues around that? I mean, I absolutely support what you're saying. I'm just not clear what the implications are of this motion.
I'm happy to answer that, Madam Mayor, through you.
Certainly, yeah.
Well, the motion states that we act urgently. I've already said, and the motion says, that there are broad descriptions in those two quotes of what the office accommodation standard is. The motion says that we need to get proper advice, whether it's from the suitably qualified officer that already works for council or whether it's external, does not matter, that we get detailed advice on some specifics, not broad terms, so that whatever the specific issues are that present as a serious risk, that those issues are identified and we take immediate action to rectify them, to bring things into proper condition. So it's quite straightforward.
Councillor Dryly.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. As much as I sympathise with the comments of and the motion of Ms. Councillor Hood, and agree that the staff situation could be a lot better and is going to be a lot better once this development is completed. To not actually show us this motion beforehand, begs the question of why it's being presented at this point without us having time to actually consider the detail of it, because the implications could be quite significant around the legal, obligations of our organisation. And have we actually sought some advice around this? And it goes back to even the last developer, us not knowing about the loophole around public space. It's it's nice to actually know this stuff in advance sometimes. So I wouldn't be supportive of this at this point.
Thank you, Councillor Dryly. Is there any other comments? And Councillor Hood, final
Yes,
remarks?
Madam Mayor. Well, I thoroughly reject Councillor Dryly's comments. Each of the 7 councillors have had this information for precisely the same amount of time, the same report, the same wording. Presumably we've all read it. And the quotations are taken from the report. They describe the office accommodation in those terms. I still argue that safety is a not negotiable factor that we have to take seriously, and it's not something that can be deferred for another 12 or 18 months or 2 years or whatever in the hope that it might be right down the track.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. I will now put the motion to the vote. All those in favour of the officer's recommendation, points 1 to 4 as in the agenda, with the additional comments, Ms. Falk, could you put that back up on the screen with the additional point 5, which I'll read out for those people who, that in response to an investigative report that broadly describes Council's current office and accommodation as non-compliant with relevant state or federal legislation and presenting a substantial health and safety risk, and mindful of our obligations and responsibilities under the Occupational Health and Safety Act 2004, Council requests officers to obtain expert advice as a matter of urgency so as to identify the remedies that are required to be undertaken in order to address specific deficiencies. Thank you. Can I ask for a vote? All those in favour, please raise their hands. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Bray, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Those against? Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryeley, and Councillor Halliday. The motion is carried. Thank you, Council.
Madam Mayor, a call for a division on that vote, please, and please put it on the record. It's a safety issue.
Okay, that was Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Bray, and myself, Councillor Hewitt, and those against Councillor Halliday, Councillor Dryeley, and Councillor Simpson. Thank you, officers. We now move to item 11.2, the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve licences. Mr. Lucas, can I ask you to introduce the report? And I note that it's on this item that I have a conflict of interest. And so at this point, I will hand over chairing of the meeting to Councillor Hood and Councillor, Mr. White, if you could put me in the waiting room until my fellow councillors.
Sorry to interject, you do need to get a mover and a seconder.
Okay, so because of that, can I, Councillor Bray, move a motion?
Yes.
I need to go while you discuss what to do.
I wish to move the motion surrounding a split of the issues so that you're, I'm just trying to find the wording, please, Kristen.
Sorry to interject through you, Madam Mayor. What I think the Mayor is seeking firstly is a request to have a temporary chairperson step into the chairperson role so that Councillor Hewitt can declare a conflict of interest, leave the chamber, and then you can deal with splitting of the motions and the like.
Yeah. So can I have a motion, Councillor Henderson?
Mayor, I move that we have Councillor Hood chair the meeting of council in your absence.
Thank you. Can I have a seconder, please? Councillor Halliday. I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Hewitt, Hood, Henderson, Bray, Halliday, Simpson, and Dryeley. Mr. White, if you could put me in the waiting room, and I'll hand over to Councillor Hood.
I wanted to do a split so that we can deal with these licenses separately so that our mayor is only absent for one of the items. That was the motion I was intending to put.
And I'm happy to clarify for governance, because the motion is entirety includes that the mayor needs to leave, given her conflict in the item. You can now, if councillors wish, move the item to be split, and then the mayor could, of course, come back for the particular items. Because the mayor has a conflict with the item, she needs to leave at the start. Sorry about any confusion there.
Okay, that being the case, we haven't yet considered 11.2 as a report. We can either go ahead and do that, or we can have a motion to split the 5 separate license applications. Did you wish to move a motion, Councillor Bray?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Hood. I do wish to move the motion that we split the motions. The reason I'll speak to the motion in a moment.
That's okay. Do we have a seconder to Councillor Bray's motion? We do with Councillor Henderson. Okay, Councillor Bray.
Thank you. I wish to split the motion so that that we can consider these licenses separately, allowing Madam Mayor to return for the other issues and to hear the discussion and to hear the report relating to the other licenses.
Right. Thank you, Councillor Bray. Councillor Henderson is the seconder. Do you wish to say? You don't? Does anybody else wish to speak for the motion? Does anybody wish to speak against the motion? We'll put the motion as stated by Councillor Bray, that we separate the five. All those in favour? Councillor Bray, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryelly, Councillor Halliday, and Councillor Henderson, and myself. That's carried unanimously. Okay, let's deal with the report itself. And Mr. Lucas, who is presenting the report?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I will present the report. Congrats.
Question. Sorry, can we clarify that Mr. Lucas is presenting the report for the writing for the disabled element of this only?
Yes, he will be. That's what we've just moved. That's my understanding. Okay, Bruce.
Yep, so happy to do that. So councillors, the purpose of the report is to seek council approval for the renewal of a licence for a user group at the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve, and that user group in this case being the Daylesford Riding for the Disabled Incorporated. The Glenlyon Recreation Reserve is Crown land, and so council is Committee of Management and considering this item as Committee of Management. Council will also be aware that we have a Community Asset Committee appointed by Council under Section 65 of the Local Government Act 2020 to manage that reserve on Council's behalf. A number of user groups that are listed in the report, and in this case the Daylesford Riding for the Disabled, have previously been granted a series of 3-year licences for the use of the reserve, and they go back to 2013. Councillors, I'm happy to take any questions in relation to this particular licence being considered by Council tonight for the Daylesford Riding for the Disabled.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Councillors, do we have any questions for Mr. Lucas? It doesn't appear that we do. In that case, we'll put the motion, which is to award the licence to, which is putting it up on the screen, that Council approves the renewal of licences or licence for the use of the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve with the following user group, the Daylesford Riding for the Disabled Incorporated. That is the one motion that we have before us. Can I have a show of hands for all those in favour? Councillor Bray.
Yeah, just clarifying, Councillor Hood, you'll need someone to nominate and second that particular motion.
Okay, I thought Councillor Bray had already moved that motion. No? Okay. That was Councillor Bray's motion was to separate the 5. Okay, so Councillor Henderson, are you moving the motion?
So moved as per the officer's recommendation, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Halliday is seconding it. Thank you. Anyone wish to speak for the motion? Any councillor wish to speak against the motion? In that case, I put the motion to the vote. All those in favour, please show your hands. Councillor Bray, Councillor Henderson, Halliday, Dryelly and Simpson. Thank you very much. That's resolved unanimously. That being the case, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Chief Executive, but we can readmit Councillor Hewitt to the meeting.
Yes, I don't have any problems with that.
Okay, thank you, gentlemen. I'm meeting Councillor Hewitt back, and someone will need to update her on the motions.
And then Councillor Hood, councillors may put a motion to return the chair, or you can continue in the chair.
Well, I so move. Councillor Henderson seconds that. All those in favour of readmitting Councillor Hewitt to the meeting? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Dryley, Councillor Simpson, are you in favour of that? Yep, thank you. Passed unanimously. Please readmit Councillor Hewitt.
Thank you. You can perhaps tell me, Mr Deputy Mayor, where we're up to in the agenda then?
We've covered the first of 5 licence renewal proposals.
Right.
And we resolved to issue a licence to, let me get the proper name of it. The licence to the Riding for the Disabled Association of Victoria.
Yeah. All right. Thank you. So I am assuming that we're now moving on to the next motion would be that council approves the renewal of licence for the use of the Glenline Recreation Reserve with the following user groups: Glenline and District Pony Club.
Yes, Madam Mayor, we have resolved to deal with each of the applications separately, yes, one by one.
Yeah, so okay, so the motion would, I'm in search of a motion that council approves the renewal of licences for the use of the Glenline Recreation Reserve with the following user group: the Glenline and District Pony Club Incorporated. Do I have a mover?
Can I clarify, point of order? We haven't heard the report from Bruce Lucas yet.
Well, yes, we have.
Not on the Pony Club. Is that right?
So,
well, there's no difference.
Okay.
I'd suggest, Madam Mayor, as Chair, that you request that Council Mr Lucas provides an overview to the remainder of the report,
yes,
which would take into account all remaining licences. And so you get one update from Mr Lucas, and then councillors consider the independent motions if they so wish.
Thank you, Mr Thomas. It's a little difficult when one is removed from the meeting to work out where you're all up to. Mr Lucas.
thank you, Madam Mayor. And just from the top, the purpose of the report, again, is to seek council approval for the renewal of licences for user groups at the Glenline Recreation Reserve. And as I just indicated in the previous introduction, the Glenline Recreation Reserve is Crown land and council is the appointed committee of management, and that is the terms in which council is considering these licences this evening. It's also worth noting that council have appointed a community asset committee to act in the management of that reserve under Section 65 of the Local Government Act 2020. The user groups, as listed in the agenda papers, have previously been granted a series of 3-year licences for the use of the reserve, and that's been happening since 2013. The user groups, other than the Gun Club, have continued to use the reserve to date and have requested consideration be given to granting of new 3-year licences. The Gun Club has requested a resumption of their activities at the reserve under a conditional 3-year licence, which will include an environmental management plan requirement and compliance conditions as prerequisites in the entering into a licence. To grant that. Of the remaining licences in order of listing in the officer's recommendation.
Thank you, Mr Lucas. Are there any questions of Mr Lucas about that?
There may be.
Councillor Bray?
I have questions regarding the Gun Club issue, but I'd prefer to hold those questions until we've been able to resolve the other licenses.
Okay, certainly. So what I've got here is a motion that council approves the renewal of licences for the use of the Glenline Recreation Reserve with the following user group: the Glenline and District Pony Club. No, I haven't got that. That's what I've got on my papers. we're not, Glenlyon and District Pony Club. Is there a mover for that? Councillor Bray. Is there a seconder? Councillor Henderson. Councillor Bray, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to let the motion speak for itself.
Councillor Henderson? Okay. Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Any councillor wish to speak against the motion? Then I'll put the motion that council approves the renewal of licences for the use of the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve with the Glenlyon and District Pony Club. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Simpson, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. The next motion that I have is that council approves the renewal of licences for the use of the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve with the Glenlyon and District Riding Club adult riders. Do I have a mover for that motion? Councillor Hood, do I have a seconder? Councillor Simpson. Councillor Hood, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Simpson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Madam Mayor.
Does any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against? Then I'll put the motion that we approve the renewal of licences for the use of the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve with the Glenlyon and District Riding Club Inc., which is the adult riding group. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Hood, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. The next one I have before me is that council approves the renewal of licences for the use of the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve with the Glenlyon and District Collectors and Restorers Society. Does anyone wish to move that motion? Councillor Henderson, seconder. Councillor Dryly. Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Dryly? Any councillor wish to speak in favour of the motion? Any against? In which case I'll put the motion that the council approves the renewal of licences for the Glenlyon and District Collectors and Restorers Society. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Simpson, and myself, Councillor Hewitt, and carried. The only remaining licence is for the Daylesford Field and Game Association. I won't put the motion yet. I will now move. Councillor Bray, you had a question for Councillor Mr. Lucas about that.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. We're all the councillors and officers are very aware that this is a fairly emotional issue for many people in the Glenlyon community and in the wider community. And we have been hearing a lot of points of view from the community and the various user groups. And we've been able to read those concerns and hear those needs. So on the basis of that, I think that it's worth us having a bit of a discussion tonight to understand this in more depth. Mr. Lucas, a question I have is that some of the concerns from residents are about the contamination, not so much the contamination that is already being addressed through the EPA and through the cleanup plan and the remedial operations that council is having to do as requested by the EPA, but is it about the future potential contamination of the site if a licence would be issued? Can you please give us an understanding of what measures the Gun Club might be able to take to ensure that there's no further contamination of this site if council does allow shooting to resume?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bray, and through you, Madam Mayor. There's probably a number of points to highlight, I guess, in response to that. The draft licence or the proposed licence as presented to councillors tonight includes a number of conditions for the gun club should they resume around the types of materials that they might use, the shot that they might use, whether it's steel or lead and those sorts of issues. The primary one is around the requirement for them to have and comply with an environmental management plan, and that environmental management plan needs to be approved by the EPA, and that is a condition of the proposed licence. In discussions myself with the EPA, the intention of that environmental management plan, and subject to ongoing monitoring and compliance inspections, that environmental management plan would minimise or mitigate any risk of future contamination. Certainly EPA's objectives and absolutely Council's objectives are that once we get the site cleaned up to the satisfaction of the EPA, and we're still not quite sure what that looks like yet, and that's work that is still ongoing, but council officers would not be recommending to council, and council certainly would not be advocating to enter into a licence agreement to then recontaminate the site. And the purpose or the objective or the means in which we mitigate that is to have an approved environmental management plan which will place conditions on the user, and council will have an ongoing responsibility for surveillance, monitoring, and then any compliance or enforcement activity that might be required as a result of that.
Thank you. Are there any other questions of Mr. Lucas about this? Councillor Henderson, then Councillor Drylie, then Councillor Simpson.
Mr. Lucas, one of the questions is about starting times, and I note that I have flagged that I may do something about the starting times. 8 o'clock would seem early to me. Would it be possible to modify that to such a stage where we say that no shootings takes place before 9 o'clock? It's a moot point about when you start, but if someone got there at 8 and didn't make any noise, but they didn't start to shoot until 9 o'clock, and the last shot fired at 5 would be very prescriptive, but would that be in order? And do you think that that would have any effect on the gun club? Do you think that they would be more be willing to perhaps accept that, perhaps with the exception of having once a year when they have the nationals to make it a bit longer, say 8:30 to 6? In your discussions with them, would they have indicated that they may be able to accept something like that as a compromise?
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Whilst personally I haven't had discussions with them directly, I think that the gun club would be certainly open to those sort of adjustments in the current or in the proposed licence. The draft licence in front of councillors tonight does specify under special conditions a start and finish time. So it's the first Saturday of each month, 8 a.m. till 5:30 p.m. And those times, if council were of a mind to vary those times to be 9 o'clock, 9:30, 10 o'clock, or finishing at 4 or 5 o'clock, I'm sure that the gun club would be amenable to having that discussion in order to have a home for their activities.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Councillor Drylie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Lucas. This is another, can you hear me?
Yeah.
I just want to acknowledge that before I start that I do respect the fact that shooting is a legitimate sport and that it has a long history at this location, and that that there is a place for this. I'd preface that remark with a question to you, Mr. Lucas. What consideration has been given to the objections that have been coming in around the inappropriateness of this activity now at this location in renewing this licence, given everything we've been talking about tonight in terms of the transformation of Glen Lyon and the growth and the settlement plans that are in place. If we had to consider this licence in that context, so how is that assessed at the council level?
Thank you, Councillor Dryley. It's assessed by what is based on fact. So I guess officers will assess, is it a legally permitted sport? Is it able to occur on the site legally and with the endorsement of the various agencies, and in this case being the EPA and DELP, and both of them are endorsing or are happy to accept it as an acceptable activity on that site, subject to, and obviously in the EPA's perspective, they want an environmental management plan. DELP and council will want a site management plan so that when there is a shoot activity occurring, that the site is isolated, if you like, to the satisfaction of council being the responsible authority to ensure public safety. Council will have a desire to make sure that the site is clean and that there is no ongoing environmental damage or contamination. And they are all conditions placed in the licence, in the proposed licence, for council consideration. It has been said that Glen Lyon is the only one in the state. My advice from DELP is that it is not the only one in the state with a shared use activity on a given site. That I think from memory in my discussions with DELP earlier this year, that there were at least 2 other sites that were referenced. I can't recall what they were. It's not an outlawed activity, and subject to managing the activity, officers felt that it was appropriate to put forward a proposed licence.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas and Councillor Dryley. Councillor Simpson and then Councillor Bray.
I'd just like to say that there's quite a few B&B businesses in and around Glen Lyon, and so for the weekends when the shoot is on, they will be experiencing loss of their business. So is it possible for the gun club or the council to compensate them for their loss of business?
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Mr. Lucas? I think.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would not normally be council's role.
No. And I would note that a number of the submissions indicated that there were businesses, accommodation businesses, that were supported by those who come. Councillor Bray?
Thank you. My question is around the way council has been working with the various stakeholder groups. I'm of the understanding that council's been liaising with the gun club and with the rec reserve, and they have given an assurance to them that there would be an ongoing feedback on progress on this matter. So it comes as a bit of a surprise to find out that the gun club, the rec reserve, and also the wider Glen Lyon community did not know that this item was going to be on the agenda tonight. The assurances that council gave that they would give updates and they would keep the community in the loop. It just feels like we've dropped the ball a bit there on being proactive about keeping our community stakeholders in the loop about this matter, especially given that it was such a contentious issue. So I'm just wondering how that sits with our community engagement policy. And I suppose my question is, how can council improve that? Because this is a situation that has caused quite a bit of distress in the community by being, dropped into the agenda at the last minute. How can we improve that?
Mr. Lucas? Or Mr.
So
Thomas?
in response to that, can you hear me, Madam Mayor?
Yes, but there's a bit of feedback. Mr. Lucas?
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Yep. The community engagement policy has been complied with in the view of officers. The assessment was done using the assessment tool or the matrix as part of that policy, and it was identified as being a low level of engagement, which is essentially to inform. I acknowledge that that is the minimum requirement, and I think officers have met that and have been working with the community Asset Committee and with the Gun Club in the development or the drafting of the proposed licence. Could we have done more? We could always have done more. Could we have provided some additional information to the wider community? We could have done that. It would be deemed to have been over and above what the community engagement policy required. But yes, we could have done that. And I think that's the lesson and the takeaway from this particular item.
Thank you. Are there any further questions or comments? Councillor Bray, then Councillor Simpson.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. I have a question that was raised by one of the objectors. Their concern was that that the gun club may be able to comply with an EPA management plan to have to have steel shot and environmentally friendly targets, but that other competitors coming from outside of the Shire may not comply with that. Could you clarify if that's the case? If we have an EPA stipulation around how things are used on at this site, would that apply to all shooters at the site?
Absolutely. And it would be council's role to make sure that adequate surveillance was undertaken to ensure that that was the case.
Thank you. Any further questions, Councillor Bray, at this stage? Then Councillor Simpson, and then Councillor Hood and Councillor Dryling.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'd just like to say I've received 26 emails from residents who live in Glenlyon who are opposed to the issuing of the licence to the Dalesford Field and Game Club. I've received 5 emails from people who want the gun licence to be renewed. 2 of these people live in Glenlyon, and the rest of them are majority living outside the Shire.
So I'll take that as a comment, Councillor Simpson. Thank you. Councillor Hood.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. A question for Mr. Lucas, just to ensure that I'm understanding the process here correctly. Am I correct in thinking that this is a 2-step process, that before operation of the gun club could resume, the first step would be to issue a licence, which is what we're considering tonight, but that resumption of activities would only occur at a later stage after the development of an environmental management plan, and that plan would must be approved by the EPA. So am I correct in thinking that this is a 2-step process before resumption of activities occurs?
Thank you, Councillor Hood, and yes, you are correct. And if I can take the opportunity to perhaps be very explicit about it so that it is clear. The current EPA notice served on council has a requirement on it for council to submit an environmental management plan back to the EPA, and officers are working through compliance with that EPA notice. The development of the environmental management plan, if shooting was to resume at some point, is appropriate to be prepared by and funded by the gun club and not using council funding to develop. In order for the gun club to make that significant investment, they are looking for some assurance or some reassurance that if they're going to make that significant investment, it's not going to be a waste if council has no intention to allow shooting to resume. So they are looking for some reassurance that if they go to that expense and the EPA approve the environmental management plan and they sign on and agree to all of the conditions of a proposed licence, at that point, then shooting would be able to be permitted.
Councillor Hood, do you have any further?
Yes, if I may. Thank you for that response, Mr. Lucas. The second clarification point is something you touched on briefly before. In the event that activities do resume down the track, Is it that the case that council has an active and proactive role to play in policing the licence requirements, that they are being complied with at all times? Does council have an active role in that going forward?
Short answer is absolutely yes, we do. It would be a council licence. So council will have a primary role in undertaking site assessments or surveillance to ensure compliance with the licence, and that would include the environmental management plan. So council will need to be proactive in that space. What does that look like? That's not yet determined, but I would anticipate, particularly in the early stages of the resumption of any shooting, should council allow that to occur, that surveillance would be very, very prominent in those early stages to establish compliance early on. I'll also add that the EPA have said outright that this, if shooting is allowed to return, that it will be a site of interest, and they will also be undertaking surveillance to ensure compliance with the environmental management plan.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Mr. Councillor Hood, that satisfactory?
Yeah, just one. Yeah, that's very satisfactory. Thank you, Madam Mayor. And if I may, my final point of clarification that I'm seeking from Mr. Lucas is to do with cost. Obviously, council has incurred or will incur fairly substantial costs in the cleanup activities and associated research to do with them. Is it the case that going forward, should a licence be issued, that all reasonable steps will be taken to minimise the financial liability on council's part should there be any further contamination?
Again, the short answer is yes, yes we are. There are some challenges in trying to recover costs under the old licence arrangements because there was no specific or site-specific conditions applied to the licence. So were they permitted to use, or were they prohibited from using lead? Not under the licence. Were they prohibited from using, PAH targets? Not under the licence. Our new licence, as proposed, prohibits all of that. And if we manage to remediate the site to the satisfaction of the EPA, we're effectively starting with a clean site and a set of conditions in the licence that would put any further contamination fairly and squarely on the user. And so that puts council in a pretty strong position, is our legal advice.
Thank you.
Before I move on to Councillor Dryly, Councillor Hood, and your questions are covered. Don't have any further
yes,
questions
thank you.
at this point. Councillor Dryly.
Councillor Hood asked part of my question around cost and who would actually pay the cleanup. Is that, I guess my question I can lead now to this issue that Jen was discussing around deferring of a decision this evening and having more community consultation time on this issue because of the amount of interest in this matter. And I think that there is some weight that needs to be given to that possibility. And I'm just wondering, Mr. Lucas, what that looks like if we were to defer this decision tonight in terms of the timelines for EPA decisions and the potential consequences of that.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Dryly. And it comes down to how long council would like to defer the item for. There is as I said, an EPA notice requiring council compliance, and if we don't submit an environmental management plan, then technically we are in breach of that notice. If councillors were of a mind to defer this particular item for 1 month, for example, that would still, it gets tight, but that would still probably allow sufficient time for the development or the drafting of an environmental management plan and still achieve compliance. If you start to defer it beyond that 1 month, we start to run that risk of non-compliance with the EPA notice.
Councillor Dryly, do you have any further comment about that or questions? No. Councillor Bray, then Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I suppose my question is around, we've heard various viewpoints, and I can summarise them by saying that I'm hearing that the Gun Club is a legitimate sport. It provides an active supporting facility and for social connection. It provides the safe use, learning about the safe use of firearms. The Gun Club assists with the maintenance of the grounds at the Rec Reserve and contributes towards the economy of the town when it has its big shoot days. But on the other hand, we've heard concerns from the community around the contamination of the ground, the water. A big one is noise pollution. I think we've addressed contamination, but noise pollution still is an issue that really does impact on many people. And the fact that it's closely in the proximity to a town, in the town, near the town zone, and the visual pollution of debris and ongoing access to the site. So because these issues are so, that it creates a very sort of two very different places where people are coming from. It concerns me that we need to maybe think about a way for this Glenlyon community to help resolve this in a way that works for Glenlyon. I take Councillor Henderson's point that maybe we could put some conditions in the licence about the start times, but I know that there are many more things that could be offered. I know the Gun Club have had other thoughts about the way they set up their stands, whether they do a 9-stand setup or a 5-stand setup. There's a variety of options that could accommodate some of these concerns. And I do support what Councillor Dryly is saying about the idea of if we deferred this decision so that we actually open it up to the community, to the stakeholder groups, the Gun Club, the Rec Reserve, concerned residents in support, to actually sit down and see if they could work out a set of conditions that would be more of a positive solution for this issue that the Glenlyon can resolve in a way that they feel happy with, rather than us making a hasty decision tonight on an agenda item that's just been sprung on a few people and we've had to kind of deal with in a very short time.
Councillor Bray, is that a question to Mr. Lucas?
So my
or a
question
comment?
was about that deferral process, whether that's, and I think you've sort of mentioned that it's a possibility that we could defer for a month. So is that?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Bray. So yes, what I was indicating previously, if council were of a mind to defer the item for 1 month or for one cycle, then there is still, I think, still the opportunity. It gets tight, as I said, but there is still the opportunity to ensure compliance with the EPA notice, and that might enable some additional discussion to be had in the local community, as you've outlined. We probably have a 3-week period in which to coordinate that before the agenda for the next council meeting would be due.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Madam Mayor, through you, Mr. Lucas, if we were to refer this, given the timeline's tight, would we be preparing that statement? Because if the Gun Club weren't given some indication that they had a fair chance of being given a licence or an opportunity to get a licence, and that the deferral was merely to make a case that they don't get the licence, why would they spend? Do you think that they would spend the $8,000, or would we have to lead the charge and spend the money and hope to recoup it from the Gun Club should a licence be given? Because if we don't give them a licence and we don't give them time, just remember that a lot of these are volunteer people that run this club. Would they be able to do it, and would they be expected to fund it? Or if we defer it, would we be funding the plan?
Councillor Henderson, you raise a very good point, and probably one that I should have touched on. I guess in deferring the item, council probably got the opportunity to defer it indefinitely if council were of a mind to then prepare the environmental management plan ourselves at council's cost. And that way it removes the risk, I guess, for the Gun Club it enables council's compliance with the EPA notice, and then council can choose to allow shooting or to grant a licence at some future point, and the EMP would already have been submitted to the EPA. I guess officers were of a view that using council funds to prepare the environmental management plan was not appropriate, and if it was the gun club that were going to use the site, then they should prepare that plan at their cost. If council are unable to provide some reassurance to the gun club that their investment would be worthwhile, then I guess there is little incentive for them to proceed with that investment.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Councillor Henderson, are there any other points of clarification? Are there any other points of clarification from Councillor Simpson and Councillor Halliday? Juliet, yeah.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. At date, over $250,000 has been spent using ratepayers' money. Is there any sort of budgeted forecasts for what's going to be spent with the cleanup and going forward?
Through Madam Mayor, there's 262,000 allocated in the 2021-22 budget for potential remediation works at the site. At the moment, we probably don't think that will be required, or that amount of money will be required for the site. But the bottom line is the extent of remediation works on the site itself, so physical remediation works, is unknown, and that's the cleanup plan that is currently being prepared that is required to be submitted to the EPA in order to comply with the current notice. So until that plan is prepared and submitted, we don't know what the extent of work might be. We think it's on the lower end of the scale, but we don't know until that plan is prepared and submitted to the EPA. Once that's done, I'd like to think that the EPA will then lift or revoke the current notice, or identify that the notice has been complied with, and the EPA will then probably consider the issuing of a further notice to undertake the works that were identified in that cleanup plan. That would be the next stage of the project.
So just to clarify, we don't know how much the remediation is going to cost, and the amount that's been spent to date, do you know how much that is?
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I did, and I referenced the number earlier this afternoon, and I've checked it this evening, and it's just under 150 that we have spent thus far on the investigative work.
Right.
And as I said, there's 262,000 allocated for the potential remediation works, if that's required.
Thank you. Councillor Halliday?
Thank you. I just wanted to ask where in the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve the gun club actually do their shooting. It's quite a large reserve, and I'm just wondering, I don't know if we could bring up a map, or if you could describe, you know, whether they're using the area sort of to the north of it, or are they using the area down near the waterway, or are they right in smack bang in the middle?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure whether Councillor Simpson had a response to that, but I personally don't know that detail. My understanding is that I think they've shot from a number of different sites historically. What might they propose under the new licence, I'm uncertain. I can take it on notice and provide some further information, but I don't have that information at hand tonight.
Councillor Simpson?
They've got a container that they've set positioned on and it's on the sort of northern side of the reserve. And my understanding is that they shoot down from along the northern side, which includes part of the oval. It's a big recreational oval. So yeah, it's
Thanks, Councillor Simpson. Councillor Henderson?
Yes, Madam Mayor, the question, this begs the question, whether or not we give the gun club a licence or not. Let's just assume that the past and we can't recover it, and that into the future they're going to use lead shot, and perhaps, you know, there's ways of testing lead shot. They do it at Denali and other places, so you know it's pretty easy. Lead's not magnetic. So if we give the gun club a licence or not, will we still have to clean and remediate that site for use for other users? I mean, we've given, if the site's so bad, well, it isn't so bad, you've said the lower end, but if it needs remediation, we're letting children and horses and ponies and all sorts of people on that oval, and if the EPA tells us it's got to be remediated and we don't allow the gun club there, do we still have to remediate that to the standard?
Mr. Lucas?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor. The short answer is yes, we do. So there's two issues here. There is the existing contamination that we need to deal with, and we need to comply with the EPA notice, and we need to remediate the site to the satisfaction of the Environmental Protection Authority. That's the first bit, and we need to do that regardless of what we do with the licence going forward. So that's a given piece of work. It's cost us just shy of $150,000 thus far to do the investigative work. There's been 2 different investigations occurring on the site. And then there is a piece of work looking forward. So whilst the existing contamination remains on the site, there is restricted access and use of the site. Once that is remediated, then free access will then return for the full use of the site. And if council were of a mind to issue a licence to the gun club, the threat or the risk of future contamination is minimised or mitigated through the conditions on the licence and the environmental management plan and the ongoing surveillance.
Councillor Bray? You're muted, Jen.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I've just sent through a photograph of a satellite photograph of the grounds, and for Councillor Halliday's benefit, it's on the email. There's a bunker near the racecourse area. It looks like a white dot, and the shooting direction is into the centre of the racecourse from that white dot, which is the bunker.
That's my understanding, that the various stands, when they have 9 stands, they're around the arena and they all shoot
As
into
well,
the middle.
yeah, into the centre, yeah.
Okay, are there any other questions of Mr. Lucas? No? Then we have the officer's recommendation for which is that, I'm just reading it out, that council approves the renewal of licences for the use of the Glenlyon Recreation Reserve with the following user group: the Dalesford Field and Game Association Incorporated, which we've been referring to as the Gun Club. I'm in search of a motion for the councillor for the officer's recommendation. Do I have someone who's prepared to move the officer's recommendation? Councillor Henderson.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, that's not the correct procedure.
Yes, it is. I'm asking to move the councillor's recommendation. If I don't get a mover and a seconder,
it's not a correct procedure. It's not how it's supposed to work. You're supposed to ask for a motion, and I had my hand up to present a motion.
What I'm saying, Councillor Bray, is that I have an officer's recommendation. I'm asking for a motion. If no one moves the officer's recommendation, then it goes.
It's not correct procedure, Madam Mayor.
If I could correct, Madam Mayor, Councillor Bray did have her hand up first, so you need to hear Councillor Bray's motion.
I'm sorry, I didn't see.
Yeah, sorry. That's fine. May or may not be the officer's recommendation, but Councillor Bray's motion gets put first. And
all right. I apologise. I didn't see that your hand was up. Councillor Bray, you want to move a motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to move a motion that council defers a decision regarding to the Dalesford Field and Game Association Incorporated Gun Club licence to enable further community consultation in relation to the proposed licence, and requests that a further report be presented to the August 21 council meeting. And point 2, authorises the Chief Executive Officer to appoint an independent facilitator to facilitate a community mediation session with up to 10 community representatives, which would include the relevant stakeholder groups and community groups, and the ward councillor prior to the August council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Simpson. Councillor Bray, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The issue of the gun club licence have had a lot of feeling from various sides and has been in the public forum for at least since last year. And the council have been well aware of the level of community feeling and has made assurances to the community that council would keep them informed about this process. Given that we haven't completely provided that full information, I feel that the community are entitled to have an extra chance to give input into this very important and contentious decision. So given the high level of concern around this issue, I believe it's appropriate that we delay the decision and not make it a hasty decision tonight, giving the various groups the opportunity to discuss with each other how their needs and concerns could be addressed. I believe this creation of a working group with an independent facilitator would look at the licence agreement with representation from all parties, with perhaps a ward councillor, to try and work out a solution that is satisfactory for the Glen Lyon community. It may not be that everybody gets what they want, but at least we give the Glen Lyon community opportunity to work through these issues and to come to an understanding of each other's points of view. And I think that if we make a hasty decision tonight as a council, we may just drive an even deeper wedge amongst an already fractured community, which we want to encourage and support and hopefully find a more harmonious way forward.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Councillor Simpson, do you want to speak to the motion?
I'd like to say I support what Councillor Bray says, and I think that further community consultation would be a good idea, and further investigation into the issue, and yeah, more feedback from the public I think would be appreciated. So yes, I support what Councillor Bray says.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I oppose this motion, and I do understand what Councillor Bray is trying to get at, but I don't think that any amount, this question of the gun club's been around by some people in the Glen Lyon community for a long, long time. It's not something that's just arrived at this meeting, and everyone's known the situation. I don't think that having a community meeting, I'm not sure where we get it in the budget, if it is budgeted to hire a facilitator to do that. It's an unbudgeted item, but never mind, putting that aside, I don't think that any amount, I think that the damage has been done in the community already, and I think people are either on one side or the other. I know that's hard to say, but I think that's the position. And I think by putting this off, we're going to put ourselves in a lose position where we perhaps won't have the gun club, which it's arguable whether it's good. I actually believe that it's a very good thing for the community. It brings some prosperity to the place. It brings visitors. It does all those sorts of things, like teach young people safety. It teach them companionship. And I'm talking about females and males. We're talking about all sorts of people that go shooting. There's not just and not just males and females either. We've got all sorts of people that go out to the gun clubs and shoot. And so I think it's really beholden on us to bite the bullet and make a decision on this and not defer it. We should be voting on it either way, making a decision tonight. And I flag that if this decision to defer is defeated, I'll be moving the officer's recommendation, but I do want to make some modifications as to the time, as to the timing of to say that I'll be saying that the shooting time starts at 9, not necessarily just the starting time, but the kick-off for shooting actually starts at those times. So I oppose this on the basis, we defer lots of things. We don't get a very good result when we do defer them. We usually finish up with what we were starting with. So we're just spending ratepayers' money to get the result that we could have had tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Halliday.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to speak in support of renewing the gun club licence. Similarly, I think that they've been a club for a long period of time, and they are an important part of a rural community. I believe that the people who have moved into town would be aware of the rural activities of the town, and they've chosen to choose that area to move into. I also just wanted to point out some little errors around comparisons with Clunes. People were saying it's 1.5 kilometres from Clunes. Yes, it is 1.5 kilometres from the centre of Clunes, but in actual fact, it's only 638 metres from our closest low density residential zone and 500 metres to the closest house. So, yeah, it isn't so different. Glen Lyon is 450 metres to the township zone if it's in the northern part that they were discussing, and 450 metres to the closest house. Another misnomer is that it's part of the township zone. It isn't. It's on the edge of the township zone. And I think there's lots of things that we can do to improve the situation. I mean, people are talking about they're shooting towards the centre of the oval. If they shoot north, away from the township, I'm sure that would make a big difference. I do find it hard not to vote with community consultation, even though I support the renewal. I think community consultation and trying to get the community to some level of understanding of each other's views is worthwhile. So I think I will have, I can't not support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Halliday. Are there any other comments, please? Councillor Dryly.
Just speaking in support of this motion, given the late time, I won't say much. Just to support the comments of Jen and Tessa around the the complexities of this situation, and that if you're sitting on the fence at this issue, what difference does a month make, other than it giving the community an opportunity to actually have a fair go at this issue, and to be represented and to be empowered to actually have a conversation about this at a slightly different level than perhaps they've had at this point. And I think as a council, we have talked about this problem of representation and who is represented, and it's an ongoing conversation. I don't think we're going to solve it with one motion, but I think that this can go some way to, as Jen says, facilitate a kinder and more open conversation and less fractious. So I think that's actually a positive thing. Gives some air to this issue.
Thank you, Councillor Dryly. Are there any other comments before I?
Madam Mayor, I have a question.
Councillor Brand.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I have a question rather than a comment to better understand the motion that's before us, is it proposed that through this consultation process, some sort of an acceptable solution is found in Glen Lyon exclusively? Or is the scope of this proposed community consultation to also going to embrace finding a separate location, either in Glen Lyon or elsewhere, anywhere? What is the scope of this proposed consultation?
Councillor Bray?
To answer that, the proposed consultation is for the various affected parties to come together to discuss whether or not a license should be granted, and perhaps the conditions, if the license would be granted, the conditions around the granting of that license. I'm sure that there could be other discussion in a broader sense, but it's really around the decision about granting the license or not, is my motion. Does that answer your question?
No. My question is about geography. Is the scope of the consultation to consider options in and around Glen Lyon, including the existing reserve, or is the scope of it to find another location somewhere else in the Shire? So it's not, my question is not about whether or not a license be issued. And we've already discussed tonight that it's a two-step process, that we decide on the license, the EPA decides on the environmental management plan and its acceptability. So my question is about the purpose of the consultation. Is it to consider an alternate site?
I don't believe in the time frame we have available to us that we could address that. I'm sure it could come up in the discussion, and I don't think there's a problem with it coming up, but at the end of the meeting process, a report needs to come to council about the decision about granting the license. I have no objection to an alternative site being considered.
If I could, Madam Mayor, and just in terms of practicalities, obviously within the month, which is really only 2 to 3 weeks to have these, it wouldn't be practical to look at other sites. So I just probably putting those practicalities out there as an organisation. This would be looking at the site of the Glen Lyon Recreation Reserve and whether any arrangements could become within that.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and Councillor Bray, I'll give you a chance to sum up.
Would we be wanting to do this via Zoom, assuming the lockdown goes on, and how would we go about that?
If I may, Madam Mayor, based on the motion put before, that gives the CEO the opportunity to work through the best way of achieving this. Based on current lockdown and restrictions, it would be definitely on Zoom. Obviously, there probably would be a preference to do it in person, but unlikely given the timeframes. Obviously, we would need to work through appointment of a facilitator, how to select the groups and engage in a really respectful manner moving forward. So, yeah, most likely on Zoom, and we would work with the community.
Mr. Thomas, are there any further comments before I ask Councillor Bray for her right of reply? No, Councillor Bray?
This is not the right of reply. I just need to add an important element to this motion that was omitted. It's a third step to authorise the Chief Executive Officer to appoint an independent facilitator to, sorry, no, that's not it. So I had it in front of me.
Hang on.
It's gone. Sorry, I had it. I just need to.
Councillor Bray, I think it's at the top line of what's on the screen.
I can't move my screen, sorry.
I'll read it out. It authorises the Chief Executive Officer to execute the licence documents for and on behalf of Council after each of the licences has been executed.
Can I just ask if Councillor Simpson would be happy to accept that amendment?
Madam Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Henderson.
Madam Mayor, point of order. I have no chance of debating that extra being added on there. It wasn't part of the original motion, and I believe that we just can't go adding on things. The mover can't add it at this stage after the debate's finished. You can close the debate. That's the only debate that's allowed. If some other councillor, before she closes the debate, wants to move an amendment, then that'd be in order.
Okay.
No one's done that. And then
Yeah. If somebody wants to make that amendment, somebody.
Oh, hang on. Who's running this meeting, Councillor?
Can I please see it again on the screen?
Definitely can't do it either.
You can't do it either, Councillor Simpson, because you're the seconder. Authorises the Chief Executive Officer to execute the licence documents for and on behalf of Council after each of the licences has been executed. Someone prepared to? I need to see everybody's hands. Councillor Dryly, do I need a seconder?
No, I just need to accept it, I think. No?
Sorry, you, Madam Mayor, you need to seek a seconder for the amendment.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Simpson, you're not able to because you've seconded the other motion. Councillor Halliday? Seconded. Councillor Dryly, do you want to speak to the amendment?
As read, Madam Mayor, please add that additional sentence.
Okay, so
through you, Madam Mayor, you just need to confirm with Councillor Bray whether she accepts that amendment.
Yes.
Councillor Bray?
Thank you. I accept that amendment.
Councillor Simpson? Right. So.
And if I could, Madam Mayor, just for clarification, that relates to the previous items that have already been adopted, just for clarity for community that are watching. That's execution of those ones that have already been approved for tonight.
Yeah, and not the field and game one. Okay, can I put the motion to the vote? Ms. Fort, can we have it up again, please? So this authorises the Chief Executive Officer to execute the licence documents for and on behalf of Council after each of the licences has been executed. To further decision regarding the Daylesford Field and Game Association, Inc., known as the Gun Club, licence to enable further community consultation in relation to the proposed licence and request that a further report be presented to the August 2021 Council meeting. Authorises the Chief Executive Officer to appoint an independent facilitator to facilitate a community mediation session with up to 10 community representatives and the ward councillor prior to the August Council meeting. Thank you. Moved Councillor Bray, seconded Councillor Simpson. Can I have all those in favour, please? That's Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dry. Pardon? Point of order? Pardon?
Madam Mayor, the motion's changed and I could exercise my right to debate it again if I wanted to.
Would you like to, Councillor Henderson?
No, I wouldn't, but that's the procedure, Madam Mayor.
Sorry. Okay. Would anyone like to speak to the changed motion, amended motion? Would anyone like to speak against it? In which case, I'll put the motion. All those in favour? Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray. All those against? Councillor Hood, Councillor Henderson and Councillor Hewitt.
Division, Madam Mayor.
Certainly. Those in favour, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray. Those against, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Hewitt and Councillor Hood. I just want to make the point for those who are listening and for those who may be impacted by this decision, that we do understand that it's caused a great deal of division in the wider Shire community, as we know. And I do understand, and I would like to say to people that you need to respect that all councillors have seriously considered this issue and made the best decision that they could, as is what they've been elected to. And just to point out that people need to be respectful of my fellow councillors in making that decision. We know that it's an extremely divisive issue. I myself have received emails from 24 people who wanted us to oppose granting the licence, from 17 people who were in support of it, and from 4 organisations who were responsible for 200 people who were urging the support of this licence. So we recognise, all councillors, that it's that it is a divisive issue. And I just want to repeat that the community needs to respect that all councillors have made careful consideration of this, and that decision needs to be respected, whatever you might personally think about how people have voted. Thank you. And we'll move on to item 11.3, which is the awarding of the contract HEP BU RFT 2021.07, reconstruction of Dalesford Clunes Road, Smeaton. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. The purpose of the report is for Council to consider the awarding of the contract for the reconstruction of the Dalesford Clunes Road, Smeaton, and the contract reference number as read out by the Mayor. This is a 1.6 kilometre section of road, and it's the final section of a single lane sealed road on the Dalesford Clunes Road. The construction work will allow for dual carriageway width all the way from Blandpeed to Clunes. The section of road was identified for upgrade primarily through asset condition data, although Council has also received a significant number of requests over a period of time to widen the section of road. It is included in Council's budget. Council invited tenders for the project via public advertisement, and tenders were received from 14 tenderers. Each of those tenders was then evaluated by the tender evaluation panel against the mandatory criteria set out in Council's procurement policy. The outcome of the tender evaluation is detailed in the confidential tender evaluation report, and that's attached to the agenda. And there is an officer's recommendation that Council awards the contract for a fixed lump sum of $389,871.74 exclusive of GST to Fulton Hogan Industries Proprietary Limited. Approves Council officers to make variations and additions to the contract in excess of the awarded lump sum contract value within approved officer delegations and the approved budgets and contingencies, and delegates the Chief Executive Officer to sign the contract documents on behalf of Council.
Thank you, Mr. Lucas. Are there any questions of Mr. Lucas on this matter? In which case, I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder? The officer's recommendation, Councillor Hood. Seconder, Councillor Halliday. Mr. Lucas read the motion, read the officer's recommendation. That's the motion. Councillor Hood, do you want to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Mayor, I don't think I need to.
Councillor Halliday?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Anyone else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Henderson.
Mayor, I asked a question earlier today, which I think is important, and I think in the decision making of these tenders, consideration was made and should be made for local content, people who employ local people on these projects. I think due to COVID and all that, the issues that are going on, I think it's very important that we give preference at the moment to those people who are employing our local people. And so I do note that the answer I got was that we are doing that, and we're giving some weighting in our consideration. I understand it's around 5%, and that's very important to me, Madam Mayor, and so I commend it to my colleagues.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Does anyone else want to speak to the motion? Anyone want to speak against the motion? In which case I'll put the motion as read by Mr. Lucas. All those in favour? Councillor Hood, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray, Councillor Henderson and myself, Councillor Hewitt. The motion's carried. Item 11.4, awarding of the contract HEP BU RFT 2021.08, Bridge Strengthening Works, Telegraph Road, Mount Prospect and Blandpeed, Mollingate Road, Rockland. Mr. Lucas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And another significant contract for Council's consideration of awarding. And I have to say, it is pleasing to get some of these larger projects in front of Council early in the financial year for delivery. The purpose of this report is, as the Mayor outlined, for Council to award a contract for bridge strengthening works at 2 locations as detailed in the report. Works under the contract involve the construction of new reinforced concrete bridge decks at 2 separate locations on Telegraph Road, Mount Prospect, and Blampede, Mollingip Road, Rockland. Again, tenders for the works were invited via public advertisement on Council's website and have been evaluated by the tender evaluation panel in accordance with Council's procurement policy requirements. 7 tenders were received and once again evaluated, and the evaluation results and details are provided to Council in the confidential tender evaluation report. Councillors, there is a recommendation on page 843 of the agenda papers, which states that Council 1 awards contract number HEPU RFT 2021.08 for the fixed lump sum of $343,164.87 exclusive of GST to On Track Earthworks Proprietary Limited. Approves Council officers to make variations and additions to the contract in excess of the awarded lump sum contract value within approved officer delegations and approved budgets and contingencies. And 3, delegates the Chief Executive Officer to sign the contract documents on behalf of Council.
Thanks, Mr. Lucas. Are there any questions of Mr. Lucas about this? Okay, then I'll put the, I'm in search of a motion. So I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation. Councillor Henderson, seconded Councillor Halliday. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to the motion? Councillor Halliday? Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Then I'll put the motion. All those in favour, raise your hand. Councillor Hood, Councillor Hewitt, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryelly, Councillor Halliday and Councillor Bray. Thank you. The motion's carried. Moving on to item 11.5, minutes of Community Asset Committee. And I'd like to introduce Mr. Andrew Burgess, the Acting Director of Community and Corporate Services, to introduce the report. Mr. Burgess.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Councillors. I'll make this very quick. This is a procedural report. The purpose of the report is for Council to note the minutes from Council's Community Asset Committees. The report lists the Community Asset Committee's minutes provided to Council, which are confidential. Councillors, there is a recommendation there that Council receives and notes the minutes of the Community Asset Committees, which have been distributed to councillors. They are for the Dean Recreation Reserve Community Asset Committee, 16 of May 2021, the Lee Medlin Home of Bottles Community Asset Committee, 21 of June 2021, and the Lionville Hall Community Asset Committee, 30 of June 2021. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Burgess. Any questions, Mr. Burgess, about this? Councillor Henderson.
Madam Mayor, I notice in the documents for the Lee Medlin Home of Bottles, the continuation of the continued thing of building a new toilet there, and just wanted to ask what the is that price taken into account any permits or any levels that might be found to be wrong, and not if that project would be able to be done for that price, given the extra work for macerator pumps and everything else that might have to go into that project.
Mr. Burgess.
Madam Mayor, I'm not across that particular project. I'm not sure if Mr. Lucas is in a position to answer that. Otherwise, I'll take that on notice.
Mr. Lucas, do you?
Yeah, through you, Madam Mayor, I'd need to take it on notice to be able to give a response with confidence.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson? Yeah. Okay, so any other comments or questions? Any other questions of Mr. Burgess? Then I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hood moved. Any seconder? I want to second the motion. Councillor Dryly. Councillor Hood, do you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Dryly. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Anyone else wish to speak against the motion? Then I'll put the motion as read. All those in favour, raise your hand so I can see. Councillor Bray, Councillor Hood, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Dryly, I can't see your hand. Councillor Dryly, so the vote is, the motion is carried. Item 12.1, the draft annual plan 2021-2022. Introduce Mr. Andrew Burgess, the Acting Director of Community and Corporate Services again. Mr. Burgess, to introduce the report.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors. I do note the time, but this is an important report and I will take the time to actually ensure that councillors are across what is in the draft annual plan. The annual plan before you tonight links the achievement of council's priorities with our overall planning and reporting requirements. It sets out a summary of key projects and services for the financial year. Importantly for councillors, it is not all our projects and services, it is a summary of those key services. The plan has been based on those key projects identified in the adopted 2021-22 budget and includes initial priorities identified during the Hepburn Together project, which is the project designed around our community vision and council plan, including the Municipal Public Health and Wellbeing Plan. The draft annual plan, councillors, contains, as I said, a summary of the projects that are either new, significant or strategically important to be completed in 21-22. It includes limited business as usual programs and specific capital works projects, as we will continue this reporting through our improved quarterly reporting that we're currently doing with council. All major initiatives, as detailed in the adopted 21-22 budget, have been included. Some of those projects include, councillors, and I won't go through, certainly we'll not be going through them all, but just to call out a couple. The Trentham Community Hub, completing the detailed design of the new Trentham Community Hub and progressing that to a construction stage. An arts and culture strategy, councillors, around the development and adoption of an arts and culture strategy to set the future direction for art and culture in the Shire, and in order to nurture and expand experiences for that sector. We also will have the establishment of the LGBTIQA+ advisory committee, and we'll be funding an officer through this budget to establish that advisory committee of council. We'll also be doing and delivering the community vision council plan, including the Municipal Public Health and Wellbeing Plan, which was one of the most major strategic projects this council will undertake in its lifetime. And in fact, that 10-year vision is the largest one that has been undertaken by council to date. In addition to that, council will have the Hepburn Shire COVID stimulus projects package, which will deliver key COVID stimulus projects, including the Blardo Station, the Creswick Town Hall restoration, and not forgetting the Wombat Hill Botanic Gardens project as well. And finally, council, just one other that I'll call out is a delivery of the strategic planning program, which councillors have been very vocal on in relation to the importance of that. And they are a number of projects included in there, including Sustainable Hepburn, which is looking at our waste strategy, biodiversity strategy and sustainability strategy, as well as undertaking works in the affordable housing strategic planning space as well. So councillors, as you have heard, it's important to note the annual plan is strongly linked into that 21-22 budget process, along with that community vision and council plan, including, and I make that point, including the Municipal Public Health and Wellbeing Plan. Extensive community engagement has occurred during the development of that council vision and plan, including the health and wellbeing plan, with over 9.6% of our community, or some 1,400 plus citizens of our Shire, participating in the development of those plans. 5 focus areas, councillors, have been identified based on those engagement findings. And at this time, these focus areas are yet to be endorsed by council. therefore are only at a draft concept stage, and they will be reviewed further by council and considered for adoption by council at the September 21 ordinary meeting. Once those focus areas have been adopted, councillors, the annual plan will be amended to ensure each project in the annual plan falls under one of those focus areas. The plan will then be resubmitted to council in October for adoption. It is proposed, councillors, that a quarterly report of the annual plan will be presented to council, detailing project progress on each of the initiatives, and again improving our engagement and accountability with our community. This is a continuation of the process that we started last year. Councillors, there is a recommendation, and that recommendation is that council adopts the draft annual plan 2021-22 and makes it available to the community on council's website. And that's it. That's it, Madam.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any questions, Mr. Burgess? Councillor Henderson.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Mr. Burgess, I noticed one of the projects in there is the Creswick Town Hall and the what I thought was the painting of it and the repair of it, but I've seen a photo which has come as news to me about some of the demolition of some of the structure of the town hall. Can you explain to me, due to our, this is all about community consultation and involving us. Can you tell me what consultation went into the scoping up of that particular project and what community involvement or involvement from any of the ward councillors was?
Councillor Henderson, I'm not familiar with the photo that you're referring to, and I don't know that the demolition or the full scope of that project off the top of my head here. I'm certainly happy to answer that more fully when I have that information before you and come back to you on that, but I don't know the actual photo you're referring to in relation to demolition.
Well, can you tell? Well, perhaps be more specific then. Forget about the photo. The scope of that project. Who was that shown to, and did any of the community see it, and did either of the ward councillors see it before it was submitted for funding?
Okay, Councillor Henderson, I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know off the top of my head, so I'm not avoiding the question. I'm not going to answer something I don't know the answer to and that I'm not aware fully of. So I'm happy to come back to you and answer that question, but I don't know the answer to that.
And I can add to that, if you'd like, Madam Mayor. Obviously, that project has been scoped with officers in regards to funding opportunities that have come through the stimulus project and some early stages around the full details of all the scope. And I'm aware of the picture that you were referring to and some concerns in the community around the heritage nature. I can assure all councillors and community before any substantial works are done to a iconic facility such as the Creswick Town Hall, appropriate community consultation be undertaken if there's going to be substantial changes to the facility.
Councillor Henderson, is that?
Absolutely.
Okay, any other questions of Mr. Burgess about the council plan, draft annual plan? Okay, then I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation that council adopts the annual plan 2021-2022 and makes it available on council's website? Anyone in fact? Councillor Hood, Councillor Bray, seconder. Councillor Hood, do you want to speak to it?
Only to note, Madam Mayor, that it is a very ambitious program with a significant number of large projects there, and I look forward to the monthly and quarterly reporting on progress against completion of each of those very important projects.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I wanted to thank Mr. Burgess for that report and to commend him and his team for putting together this annual plan. As he points out, it is in response to the large amount of community engagement that we were able to do earlier in the year, and it's a great achievement by the staff and councillors and all the community that got involved, that we have 9.6% of our community contributing and giving input into the future direction of the council. So this plan is step one. It's our first year plan, and It has some great programs involved in it. We are aware that we're a small council that's it's a limited resources, and yet we've been able to propose this plan, which has some very exciting initiatives. So thank you to Mr. Burgess and the team putting that together. Happy to endorse that.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against? Then I'll put the motion as read, that Council adopts the annual plan 2021 and 2022, makes it available on Council's website. All those in favour? Councillor Hood, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Motion is carried. Item 12.2, Heather Muttimer International Women's Day Honour Roll, Advisory Committee for Terms of Reference. Mr. Burgess.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Again, another important report. The Heather Muttimer International Women's Day Honour Roll is an important part of Council's civic events calendar. The terms of reference have been reviewed and updated and will assist committee members, council officers and councillors to understand the key role of the advisory group and ensure that the event continues to be a success. The Honour Roll process and event celebrates inspiring women and pays tribute to those in the Shire whose contributions, courage and examples have led to significant social change for women. Following the approval of the updated terms of reference, an expression of interest will be undertaken. A communications plan will be developed and implemented to ensure Shire-wide advertisement of that EOI. Councillors, the actual terms of reference are attached, and the recommendation is that Council adopts the terms of reference for the Heather Muttimer International Women's Day Honour Roll Advisory Committee, and notes the public expression of interest process will be undertaken to nominate members, and members will be appointed at a subsequent ordinary meeting of Council. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thanks, Mr. Burgess. Are there any questions of Mr. Burgess on this matter? No, then I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Henderson, and seconded Councillor Simpson. Councillor Henderson, do you want to speak to the motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor. Mr. Burgess is quite correct. This is one of our most important events. With something like 53% of the population of our Shire, and it might even be higher now, women, it's very important that we do recognise the contribution that women make and have made over many years. It's not just what they're doing now. It's what inspiring women have done, sometimes under difficult circumstances. So it is a very, very important. In fact, I think it's one of the most important events. It's always been very well attended and very well respected by our community. So I commend this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Simpson. Do you want to speak to the motion?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against the motion? Then I'll put the motion to the vote, which is the officer's recommendation in the agenda. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Bray, Councillor Hood and myself, Councillor Hewitt. The motion is carried. Mr. Burgess, item 12.3, the minutes of the advisory committees.
Madam Mayor, is this a matter that you were going to want to speak to?
Yes, councillors, you'll have an alternate motion that councils defer the noting of the minutes of the Disability Advisory Committee, 17th of May 2021, to the August ordinary meeting of council, so amendments can be made. As you'll be aware, I'm the chair of the Disability Advisory Committee. I'm not able to move the motion myself as being in the position of the chair, but the Disability Advisory Committee minutes that were presented to you at the council meeting are not of the 17th of May 2021. And those minutes haven't been considered by the advisory committee and the ones that were put in the agenda have several errors that need to be amended. So I would appreciate it if one of my councillor colleagues could move the alternate motion that council defer the noting of the minutes of the Disability Advisory Committee, 17th of May 2021, to the August ordinary meeting of council so that we can actually make those amendments. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor Henderson, and a seconder, Councillor Hood. Councillor Henderson, you wish to speak to the motion? Councillor Hood? Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion, or presume ask me any questions about my my explanation for the reason behind it? No? Anyone want to speak against the motion? Then I'll put the motion, which is that we defer the noting of the minutes of the Disability Advisory Committee, 17th of May 2021, to the August ordinary meeting of council, so amendments can be made. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Bray, Councillor Hood, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Motion is carried. Thank you, councillors. Item 13.1, the revision of policy 50C, Treasury Management Policy. I understand, Councillor Hood, that you may have a conflict in this matter.
Potentially, yes, Madam Mayor, and which I mentioned earlier, so I need to be excused for this item.
Thank you. We'll excuse you. Mr. White, if you can put Councillor Hood in the waiting room.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hood's in the waiting room.
Thank you, Mr. White. Mr. Burgess, do you want to introduce the report?
Through you, Madam Mayor. The existing Treasury Management Policy adopted by Council on the 9th of January 2016 has been reviewed, and a new 2021 version of the policy has been written. Division 4 of the Local Government Act 2020 concerns financial management and includes sections 101 to 105. And section 101 of the Local Government Act 2020 describes the financial management principles, including revenue, expenses, assets, liabilities, investments and financial transactions must be managed in accordance with a council's financial policies, and financial risks must be monitored and managed prudently, having regard to economic circumstances. And under section 102 of the Local Government Act, Councillors 2020 states that a council must prepare and adopt financial policies that give effect to the financial management principles. This policy, councillors, applies to all investing and borrowing activities of council, and it will ensure that those activities are conducted in a risk-controlled manner and managed prudently, so that investing and borrowing has predictable financial outcome. The policy ensures that council's money is safely invested, investment returns are maximised, and borrowing costs are minimised. It's important to note, councillors, that it does not include matters such as council's borrowing strategy. These are found in council's financial plans, and in particular long-term financial plan, but also the revenue and rating plan and budget. Under investments, councillors, section 103 of the Local Government Act 2020 states that councils may invest money in a variety of financial institutions. The report outlines the section 7 or S7 instrument of subdelegation by the Chief Executive Officer, which specifies officers who have authority to invest money on behalf of council in accordance with section 103 of the Local Government Act 2020. And currently that is the Director of Community and Corporate Services role and the Manager of Financial Services, who have been delegated with that authority. The policy states that council's investment objective is to seek a balanced investment portfolio which delivers a strong return on invested funds while safeguarding those investments and being able to access funds as cash flow requirements demand. Those objectives, councillors, in order of importance are safeguarding council's invested funds, maintaining sufficient liquidity, and maximising the return on invested funds. The policy explains how these objectives will be achieved, and they are detailed in that report. What I will bring councillors' attention to is the section on maximising returns clause. Under the maximising returns clause, maximising returns will be achieved by seeking quotes from Australian-owned authorised deposit-taking institutions, including the local Bendigo Bank community banks. And there's a 3 written quotes process that must be followed. I bring that to councillors' attention because it is important that in the policy it talks about to support the local economy and community. The policy states that council may invest in a local community or local Bendigo Bank community bank when its quote is between certain percentage rates per annum less than the highest quote received. This allows council to consider being able to utilise our local community banks. In addition, councillors, I'll also draw your attention to the policy gives preference to authorised deposit-taking institutions which do not invest in or finance the fossil fuels industry. Another issue that is obviously close and important to this particular council. In relation to borrowings, councillor, under section 91 of the Local Government Acts, council will develop a long-term financial plan which will include council's borrowing strategy. And in accordance with section 104 of Local Government Act 2020, council may borrow money providing the borrowings are included in the budget. The policy goes on to explain how this objective will be achieved. In essence, council will seek quotes in a competitive market and the process will be guided by council's procurement policy. The report, councillors, identifies the key differences. I won't go through those 18 key differences, but they are noted in the report. And I will finish, councillors, by saying that there are no community or stakeholder engagement implications associated with this report. There is a recommendation before council, that is that council rescinds the Treasury Management Policy 2016 and adopts the Treasury Management Policy 2021. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any questions of Mr. Burgess on that matter? Councillor Simpson and then Councillor Dryling.
I'm just wondering about the using the Bendigo Bank. It's great to support a local bank, but are the most competitive and best rates sought, or do you just go with the local bank?
Through you, Madam Mayor, and yes, Councillor Simpson, absolutely, it is not just about supporting a local institution, which we would love to do, but there is a requirement, and I'll just go through that. The council may invest in a local Bendigo Bank community bank when its quote is between 0.01% and 0.2% per annum less than the highest quote received. It doesn't mean that we have to do that, Councillor Simpson. It means that council then has the opportunity to consider that if they so wish to do so.
Councillor Dryling.
Madam Mayor, just a quick comment. Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Really 2 points. Support the motion, the notion to include our local bank in our community bank in particular for the work, particularly around the work they do locally for our community, and also the divestment from fossil fuel sources, I think is a really positive thing. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess, for this report. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to clarify about the use of the community bank and in this sort of broad portfolio. Is the intention of council to spread its investment around a range of safe and appropriate agencies, which may include a certain percentage of our investment with a local bank? Or is this clause simply saying that the bank has to compete with those other banking authorities?
Through you, Madam Mayor, it is still a competitive process, is the way I would describe that, Councillor Bray, and they would have to compete and put their quotes in to be considered in relation to whatever the actual funding that we are looking to secure or invest.
So it's not our entire funds all in one bank. We are looking at spreading our investment around a range of different potential options.
my understanding in relation to the borrowing or investment, it's a balanced portfolio that's been looked at there, and that quotes would be considered in line with market conditions and getting the best deal possible for council, and also in line with those principles about securing, making sure that we have a secured portfolio that's meets all the other conditions with that investment.
Madam Mayor, if I can just add to that, it's 100% correct. And it really is similar to earlier on in the night, Councillor Henderson raised the local content in a procurement and tender process. This really just gives the local banks that opportunity at a slightly less rate, but the policy does have sort of safeguards around types of banks and how much we can have with different rated banks. So councillors in the community can be rest assured that this investment policy is still quite conservative and will ensure the safety of our funds.
Thanks, Mr. Thomas, and thanks, Mr. Burgess. Councillor Henderson, did you have a question?
Yes, our finance team are appraised of the fact that it's better to put your money around banks, because whilst we say that there's bank guarantees if banks go to the wall, there is a limit on that. And I believe it's around $200,000. It may be more nowadays, but there is a limit. So just having all your eggs in one basket doesn't work if the banks go bust like they have done in the past, long distant past. But you know so it does make sense to put it around in different places, does it not?
Through you, Madam Mayor, certainly this policy absolutely talks about having a balanced investment portfolio, and that certainly would be a strong, certainly it makes sense to make sure that we don't put all our eggs in one basket, as you say, Councillor Henderson.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Are there any further questions of Mr. Burgess? I understand it's 250,000, Councillor Henderson. Any further questions of Mr. Burgess? In which case I'm in search of a motion to have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation that Council rescind the Treasury Management Policy 2016 and adopts the Treasury Management Policy 2021. I have a mover and a Councillor Dryly, seconder. Councillor Henderson. Councillor Dryly, do you wish to speak to the motion? No? Yes. Councillor Henderson?
Yes, Madam Mayor. It does make sense, Madam Mayor, to invest, particularly give the opportunity to our community banks. It is often hard for them to compete, but there are other ways in which we get benefit from our banking institutions, and I've probably yet to see the Commonwealth Bank contribute to any of our projects around the Shire, and yet the good old community banks tend to come forward when we're looking for some co-funding for projects. So it's not apples with apples. It's a very different thing. We've got a position where the Bendigo Bank or the community banks are in a position to help us, and in helping us, they help the community. So I think that's the benefit that it gets by us taking this sort of approach. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Henderson. Does anyone else wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against it? Then I'll put the motion, which is the officer's recommendation. All those in favour? Councillor Halliday, Councillor Bray, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Henderson, Councillor Simpson and myself, Councillor Hewitt. The motion's carried. And Mr. White, if you could bring Councillor Hood back into the meeting, that would be excellent.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councillor Hood's on his way back into the meeting. Slowly.
It does take a little while, I noticed when I was out of the meeting, for it to get in. Come back. Councillor Hood, I'll just inform you that item 13.1 was passed unanimously.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
and welcome back. Item 13.2 is the appointment of Independent Audit and Risk Committee member, Ms. Fort.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, and good evening, councillors. Noting it's late, I'll try to be quite short and sharp on this particular item. Councillors, you will recall at the last council meeting, you moved a motion that was ultimately ratified to appoint 2 independent committee members to the Audit and Risk Committee. Mr. Dominic Eisler was one of those committee members and had retracted his offer quite soon after the council resolution was made. You will recall that a panel was established and an extensive recruitment campaign was undertaken in order to obtain relevant and applicable applicants to the independent membership of the Audit and Risk Committee. Instead of going out to market again, we looked to that pool, and therefore I commend the officer recommendation that is before you. I will fill in the gap for the community members as it's not in the ordinary council meeting agenda papers, that the panel recommends to appoint Mr. Jason Young. Mr. Jason Young has extensive audit and risk committee experience, public sector management and financial control expertise, and it was the panel's recommendation that he would be a great addition and would be able to fulfil that vacancy that is in the committee at the moment with respect to the audit and risk committee.
Thank you, Ms. Fort. Are there any questions of Ms. Fort on this matter? No, then I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hood to move it, Councillor Halliday to second it. Councillor Hood, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Just to support the comments that Ms. Fort has made. Jason presented very well at interview, is a very strong candidate, has a very strong track record, and I'm quite confident that he'll make a very worthwhile contribution to the Audit and Risk Committee's operations.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Councillor Halliday?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Right, are there any other councillors who wish to speak to the motion? Any who wish to speak against it? Then I'll put the motion, which is the officer's recommendation, as written in the agenda papers. All those in favour? Councillor Dryelly, Councillor Hood, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Henderson and myself, Councillor Hewitt. The motion is carried. Item 13.3, recommendations for the Audit and Risk Committee meeting held on the 28th of June 2021. And Ms. Fort, again, could I ask you to introduce the report?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Absolutely. Another short and sharp one, councillors. We as management present to the council on a quarterly basis or when all meetings are called, a public set of meeting minutes from the Audit and Risk Committee. You will note that the Audit and Risk Committee is a committee of council that is established under the Local Government Act 2020, and that committee meets in a confidential meeting. Those meeting minutes are not available to the public at large, given the nature of the content of those reports, and as such, officers prepare a public version of those that is presented to the next practicable council meeting. So the report essentially entails all the recommendations of the Audit and Risk Committee go to council, and therefore I commend the officer's recommendation to ratify those recommendations from the Audit Committee to council accordingly.
Thank you, Ms. Fort. Can I just clarify, you mentioned that the minutes of the reports to the Audit and Risk Committee and the minutes are confidential. Is it accurate that members of the public who may wish to access those can in fact apply through freedom of information?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good question, and quite a timely question, given a lot of interest in some of the items in the Audit and Risk Committee, but also Council's public transparency policy and the freedom of information legislation. Anyone in the community can make application to obtain documents that Council holds. Should a community member be of the mind or want to seek a copy of the reports, they would need to put in a freedom of information application. We have a website that is dedicated to how to make those applications, the legislation and the process. And I'm happy to talk to anybody who would like to go down that process and unpack that process. There's no guarantee that those papers will be provided in their entirety, because exemptions are then examined of those documents around confidentiality, commercial in confidence information, personal affairs information, and information that might prejudice council or in line with some of the exemptions in the Local Government Act 2020. But consideration will be given, and indeed they'll be assessed in line with the legislation. And so should those documents then become available, they can be presented to the community member who's requested them.
Thank you, Ms. Ward. I appreciate that response and that clarification. Are there any other questions of Ms. Fort about the Audit and Risk Committee meeting minutes and recommendations? Okay, then can I have I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation? Moved Councillor Hood, seconded Councillor Halliday. Councillor Hood, do you wish to speak to the motion?
Just to mention, Madam Mayor, that Linda McNeil, our new member, is taking on the chairing of that committee and obviously bringing a lot of expertise and energy to that role. And my second point is I can certainly reassure my fellow councillors that the Audit and Risk Committee is diligently applying itself to scrutinising a number of major projects of council and its operations generally, as you would expect it to do.
Thank you, Councillor Hood. Councillor Halliday?
No, I don't have any comment. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to the motion? Any who wish to speak against the motion? In which case I'll put the motion, which is the officer's recommendation, as in the agenda papers. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Hood, Councillor Dryling, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. The motion is carried. Item 13.4, revision of instrument of delegation from Council to the CEO, S5, to account for the Environmental Protection Act 2017. Ms. Fort, can I ask you to introduce this report?
Indeed, Madam Mayor. This report again will be short and sharp. This is a procedural report. You will note that Council subscribes to MADEX delegations and authorisation services that provides us with a whole host of updates to legislation as required. We then work towards implementing those changes through legislative reform into the instruments accordingly. We have been notified through MADEX that there had been some amendments to the Environment Protection Act 2017 that came into effect. And as such, officers have prepared the CEO's instrument of delegation. So rather the instrument of delegation from Council to the CEO, essentially authorising the CEO to then enable the Environment Protection Act provisions that are now come into effect to be implemented, and those powers conferred on relevant officers. So very procedural in nature, essentially just enabling us to carry on with the work that we need to do and ensure that officers have the right authorisation and delegations to do the things they need to do.
Thank you, Ms. Ford. Are there any questions of Ms. Ford about that? In which case I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder of the officer's recommendation? Councillor Bray?
Sorry, it was a question just to clarify the issues that have been updated. There were two key issues. Could Ms. Fort please clarify what those were around new requirements? The EPA, one was on noise and one was on demolition or something. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, it was around noise and demolition. I can get further and better particulars on that. I just don't have that in front of me at this point in time to give to you, but I can certainly provide that to you at a session. But it is around noise and what you just mentioned before.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or comments? Then I'm in search of a motion to have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation. Councillor Hood moves the motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Halliday. Thank you. Councillor Hood, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, Madam Mayor, no thanks.
Councillor Halliday, do you?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Are there any other councillors who wish to speak to the motion? Any who wish to speak against the motion? Then I'll put the motion. All those in favour? The officer's recommendation is written in the agenda papers. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Hood, Councillor Halliday, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Bray and myself. The motion is carried, and thank you, Ms Fort. Item 13.5, observance of the Melbourne Cup public holiday in Hepburn Shire. Mr Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Keep this one nice and sharp as well. In the past, council's undertaken to split the public holiday, the Melbourne Cup public holiday, across our shire into an east and a west, with our west undertaking the Ballarat Cup Day. Obviously, there's been some changes in Ballarat and other surrounding councils as well. Ballarat Show Day, sorry, my apologies, with both Ballarat and Golden Plains also moving to take on the Melbourne Cup public holiday for the entire shire. We've done a short survey and overwhelming feedback has come back at 94% for the shire to observe Melbourne Cup holiday as the shire-wide public holiday. And then there's really this recommendation would put in place that Hepburn Shire would from now on undertake observing Melbourne Cup Day as the designated public holiday. And there's officer's recommendation on page 986 of your agenda that Council writes to the Honourable Jael Pulford, Minister for Small Business, requesting that the Minister makes a declaration that the Melbourne Cup Day public holiday will be the standard November public holiday observed for the municipality. So that's the officer's recommendation. And in short, really local government has the option with the Melbourne Cup holiday of taking the Melbourne Cup Day or another alternative. The majority are moving probably towards the Melbourne Cup Day. Happy to take any questions, councillors.
Mr Councillor Henderson. Councillor Henderson, can you move closer to your microphone?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Mr Thomas, where did this consultation take place? Because I never saw any of it, and I've actually conducted surveys over the years. Is it that the Ballarat show isn't going to be on? And if that's the case, well, that makes a difference. But I've surveyed all the schools in my ward over a number of years, and overwhelmingly they've said they don't want the Melbourne Cup, which is on a Tuesday, to be interfering with the schools, because they have the Monday, they come to school on Monday, and then they have a day off on Tuesday, and it breaks up their week. Whereas the Ballarat Show Day is held on a Friday, and so it's at the end of the week and doesn't disrupt the school. So where did this survey that you took, getting 94%, where did you take that, and how did you go about that bit of public consultation?
Yeah, no, thank you, Councillor. So yeah, this did follow on from both City of Ballarat and Golden Plains undertaking similar surveys, and they have also moved to the Melbourne Cup Day. In terms of our survey, it was undertaken through the Participate Hepburn website, and we advertised that through both Facebook and our Shire e-newsletter. Obviously, understand it's not everyone's, it's not going to suit everyone. It will suit some people. Other people will now take Monday and create an extra long weekend. I think obviously the feedback was pretty overwhelming for us, and I think it really aligns with where the majority of local government municipalities are now headed. But yeah, it does now fall us also in line with those neighbours to the west, both Ballarat and Golden Plains recently.
Thank you, Mr Thomas. Councillor Henderson, any other comment? Question? No? Any other councillor wish to comment or ask a question of Mr Thomas? Then I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation that council writes to the Honourable Jael Pulford, Minister for Small Business, requesting the Minister make a declaration the Melbourne Cup Day public holiday will be the standard November public holiday observed for the municipality. Councillor Henderson, you're moving it?
Madam Mayor, I'm moving a different motion. I move that we defer this matter until we get better consultation across, and we contact the schools across the Shire, particularly across the west of the Shire, because so that's what I'm moving, that we defer the item until we get better consultation with our school population. Thank you.
Do I have a seconder for Councillor Henderson's motion? Councillor Hood. Okay, Councillor Henderson, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I do, Madam Mayor, and I think that this is a case of adults making decisions, and perhaps adults that, you know, make decisions without considering the full weight. And when we talk about a long weekend, we already have a long weekend. We have Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and so that makes a long weekend. And I don't think the argument that's being made is a good enough one to disrupt the whole population of school children. There may be people in the east of the Shire who don't have a show to go to, and I think it's very important that we do that. If the Ballarat show isn't going ahead, well, that might exercise my mind. But in absence of that fact or not, just to say that Golden Plains and Ballarat do something, well, Golden Plains and Ballarat do all sorts of things that I'd like to see them do. Ballarat spends $6 million on projects, and I'd like to see that here too. But that's not the case. So I don't think enough consultation's gone into this. And I'd like to see some proper community consultation in line with our policies about consultation and being transparent. I'd like to see that happen. So that's all it is. It might finish up after that extra consultation's taken place, that we finish up with Melbourne Cup Day, because I know how very important gambling and horse racing is to particularly to children. It's a great aspiration to be able to go and sit and watch the Melbourne Cup and learn how to bet on horses. That's not a bad future, but might be Puritan about it. But quite frankly, I'm looking out for the kids' welfare.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Hood, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I don't think I can really add anything further, Madam Mayor. There certainly needs to be proper consultation with the schools in particular if it has an effect on them. So that seems like a common sense move to me.
Councillor Halliday?
I just wanted to quickly say, according to their website, the show is on for the full 3 days in November.
Thank you, Councillor Halliday. Does anyone else want to make a comment? Councillor Bray.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. On the surface, this would seem like a fairly simple, quick, let's just make a quick decision on a public holiday. And I think the CEO and the team have probably done a quick survey on our Facebook page, and that seemed like an easy way to get some feedback. But I suppose if we swap the holiday, it could signal the end of perhaps some of our agricultural shows. If they don't have a day where people can take the day off to go. I know they're over the weekend as well, but it is part of our tradition to have that. If the community have indicated they're not interested in that anymore, well, maybe that's the end of that tradition. But I support Councillor Henderson to hear a little bit more about whether it's appropriate we should contact schools directly for this sort of a survey. And also take the point about where the Melbourne Cup, it's certainly part of our culture, but there's also been some shifting trends away from supporting the Cup in the past few years.
Thank you, Councillor Bray. Does any other councillor wish to speak to it? Any councillor wish to speak against it? In which case I'll put Councillor Henderson's motion that, could I have it up again, please, Ms. Fort, so I can read it out? That council defers this matter until council gets better consultation with council schools population in the west of the Shire. Thank you. All those in favour? Can I just see everybody again, please? I can see Councillor Henderson, Councillor Bray, Councillor Halliday and Councillor Hood. In favour? All those against? Councillor Simpson, Councillor Dryling and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Councillor Henderson's motion is carried. Thank you. 13.6, Chief Executive Officer's annual leave and appointment of an acting Chief Executive Officer, Mr. Bradley Thomas, CEO.
Take this one as read, but applying for annual leave, and so officer's recommendation to approve the request by myself for annual leave between the period of 20th August and 10th September 21, and appoints Director of Infrastructure and Development Services Bruce Lucas to the Acting Chief Executive Officer for the period of 20th August to the 10th of September 2021 inclusive. Just really bringing this report for transparency. It's not required to come to council. I do have delegation up to 28 days to appoint an acting CEO, but transparency, I think, for councillors and the community to be, particularly when I'm going on some reasonably lengthy leave for 3 weeks. Officer's recommendation per page 988.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Any questions of Mr. Thomas on this? I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation? Councillor Hood and Councillor moved the motion. Councillor Halliday seconded. Councillor Hood, wish to speak to the motion?
No, thanks, Madam Mayor. Straightforward.
Councillor Halliday, do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Any other officer wish to speak to, any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Any councillor wish to speak against the motion? In which case I'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Hood, Councillor Bray, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday, and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Thank you, Mr. Thomas, for your transparency. And I'd just like to note that as the Mayor, I think it's appropriate that officers do take leave when it's due to them, so that we, because that will refresh them and we don't have lots of leave balances in that we need to account for. So well done. Item 13.7, records of councillor attendance. Mr. Burgess, can I ask you to introduce this report?
Through you, Madam Mayor. Procedural report. The purpose of this report is for council to receive and note records of councillor attendance, formerly known as assemblies of councillors, records required to be presented under provisions of the Local Government Act 1989. Councillors, on page 991 of your agenda, under key issues, they list the records of councillor attendance. I'll go through those. 17th of May 2021, Disability Advisory Committee meeting at Trentham Neighbourhood Centre. 24th of May 2021, Hepburn Shire Health and Wellbeing Working Group at the Warehouse in Clones. 15th of June 2021, councillor briefing via video conference. 15th of June 2021, a pre-council meeting briefing via video conference. 21 of June 2021, Mineral Springs Reserve Advisory Committee, council chambers. 22nd of June 2021, councillor briefing via video conference. 29 June 2021, pre-council meeting briefing via video conference. 6th of July 2021, councillor briefing in council chambers. Councillors, there is a recommendation before you, and that is that council receives and notes the records of councillor attendance as detailed in the report.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Any questions of Mr. Burgess? I'm in search of a motion. Do I have a mover and a seconder for the officer's recommendation that the council receives and notes the records of councillor attendance as detailed in the report? Councillor Hood moves it. Any seconder? Councillor Bray. Councillor Hood, do you wish to speak to the motion?
I don't think I need to, Madam Mayor. It's quite straightforward.
Councillor Bray, do you wish to speak to the motion? Any other councillor wish to speak to the motion? Anyone wish to speak against? In which case I'll put the motion. All those in favour, raise your hand. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Wood, Councillor Bray, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday and myself, Councillor Hewitt. Come to item 14.1, closure of meeting to members of the public. I acknowledge that there's a confidential matter that Council will need to consider tonight, outlined in the confidential ordinary council meeting agenda for the 20th of April 2021. I'm seeking a motion to close the meeting to the public pursuant to section 66(2)(a) of the Local Government Act 2020. Please note that should a motion be carried to move the meeting into confidential, then the meeting will cease to be live streamed and the meeting will no longer be available for the community to view and or record. Councillors, I'm now seeking a mover and a seconder to move the motion to close this meeting to the public. The recommendation is that in accordance with sections 66(1) and 66(2)(a) of the Local Government Act 2020, the meeting to be closed to members of the public for the consideration of the following confidential items. Renewal of leases for community kindergartens and preschools. The agenda item is determined to be confidential information for the purposes of section 31A of the Local Government Act 2020. As it's council business information being information that would prejudice the council's position in commercial negotiations, if prematurely released, section 31A, and this ground applies because the agenda item concerns the progress of negotiation of ongoing contracts and provides details of the market rental value of these properties. Do I have a mover? Councillor Hood. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Halliday. So I'll put the mover of the recommendation, which is the recommendation. All those in favour? Councillor Henderson, Councillor Dryly, Councillor Hood, Councillor Bray, Councillor Simpson, Councillor Halliday. So the motion is carried. But to close the meeting, I would just like to thank those members of the public who perhaps have stayed the distance. Thank you for your perseverance. It's been a long night. The meeting will now cease to be live streamed on Facebook. Can I advise that we will not be coming back, but the decision of council on this confidential matter will be released to the public as soon as practicable. Thank you. Mr.
Thank you,
White.
Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll stop the live stream.